Καλημέρα σε όλους. Good morning, everybody, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you again to the second day of the second international conference, Dive in Blue Growth, organized under the auspices of the Hellenic Ministry of Culture and Sports, with the support of the Ministerio della Cultura of Italy, the University of Calabria, the region of Thessaly, and the other partners of the Mid-Dry Dive project funded by COSME program of EU. Today, we are going to start with the first session of the day, but before of this, I would like to introduce to you our keynote speaker, who is Dimitrios Skarlatos, and he is going to present to us iMare Culture project from 3D documentation to VR visits. Good morning, Dimitri. Just to say a couple of words about Dimitri, for those of you that you don't know him, Dimitrios Skarlatos is Associate Professor of Geoinformatics at the Department of Civil Engineering and Geomatics of the Cyprus University of Technology. He currently serves as Vice Dean of the School of Engineering and Technology. He has coordinated iMare Culture, an Horizon 2020 Research and Innovation project for underwater XR museums with 11 partners from Europe and Canada. His research interest and publication record include UAV mapping, optical bathymetry of coastal areas, underwater 3D modeling, and CH applications of the above-mentioned topics. Recent areas of interest include mobile mapping and use of small ROVs for 3D recording. For 12 years, he worked as a freelance land surveyor in Greece, court expert and technical consultant in geoinformation companies in nationwide projects. During that period, he has participated in a research project for archaeological sites and monument recording, copies of museum exhibits, real-time quality control application using machine vision, AUAVs for mapping, et. During his post in the Cyprus University of Technology, he has participated or coordinated in research projects with UAV mapping, UAV coastal mapping and bathymetry, Parthenon precise 3D modeling, mobile mapping platforms, and satellite imagery processing. He is the lead surveyor in Mazotos Shipwreck underwater excavation since 2010, Nisi excavation since 2014, and Protaras Shipwreck since 2019. He is the academic representative of Cyprus in EuroSDR since 2010 and co-chair in International Society of Photogrammetry and Remote Sensing, Commission 2, 2016-2021, Working Group 9 about underwater photogrammetry. He is chair of the organizing committee for the underwater 3D recording and modeling workshop, organized in Limassol, Cyprus in May 2019 under ISPRS and SIPA auspices. Dimitri, we want to thank you very much for your acceptance of being here with us, and we look forward to hear the beautiful results, because it's not only good research, but it's also beautiful because I have seen them of the iMare Culture project.
Thank you very much, Angele, for the invitation. I'm honored to be here, of course. Sorry for the very long. I didn't realize that you are going to read all that. So let's dive in on the iMare Culture project. Initially, I will start the presentation with some background of the iMare Culture project as a short introduction. And then I will use Mazotos Shipwreck as the test site for the VR dry visits, for the virtual reality dry visits. More or less, I'm going to be discussing about the 3D modeling and texturing of the particular site, the problems we had and solutions we found. I'm going to discuss about the storytelling for dry visits for Mazotos and the other sites, the other test sites as well. And a little bit about VR training modules that we developed through the project and some conclusions. So to start with, the iMareculture was a European Union Horizon 2020 research and innovation action. It was under the call for virtual museums and social platform on European digital heritage, memory, identity, and cultural interaction. It was a quite competitive project, a call, because there were 96 proposals, out of which only 4 were funded, with a total budget of 2.7 million, out of which 300,000 euros were it was part of our participation. Now, it started 2016, towards the end of 2016, and it was completely 39 months after that, so January 2020. What we wanted to do was use maritime underwater cultural heritage as an example for virtual museums. And as part of the project, we were hoping to prolong and personalize museum visits. Museums, that is, either in museums or in underwater sites, such as Baia, which is an open site for visitors, and divers can visit there and see the villas underwater, or what's left, the ruins of the villas, actually. So it had many actions. There were many actions within iMareculture project. The highlight, or what drove most of the attention, was the virtual reality dry visits, as we call them, in 3 test sites. A temporary exhibition in Thalassa Museum with holographic screens, large holographic screens, HTC Vive devices, and Daydream devices. We also developed, and actually this was the most challenging part of the project, underwater augmented reality tablet for the visitors in Baia site, as I mentioned before. And that tablet was both for navigation in the underwater area, which is quite vast, and also it had the possibility to reproject on the tablet's screen the conceptual 3D models of the villa. Actually, Fabio Bruno was spearheading this particular part of the project, and probably you have already heard about the underwater tablet developed. Also, there were 2 serious games developed. One was Seafarers, which is available in mobile and PC devices, and an excavation modular VR game, out of which we had 2 training modules developed, side developed. 3D puzzles as well, some interesting route algorithms for navigation, color correction, and we had several underlying scientific improvements. I would like to come back on the Thalassa Museum exhibition. As you can see, it was a mixed exhibition with photographs, real amphora from the site itself, of the Mazotos site, and of course you can see here the very large holographic screens where you can see 3D without using glasses. So actually all participants, all visitors can see 3D at the same time. So we used 3 test sites, all of which were selected based on availability of 3D data. So it was not part of the project to collect 3D data, but we rather opted for using existing data or preparing them, modifying them to be used in the virtual reality or on the virtual world, let's put it this way. They were selected based on depth, the other selection we did was, as you can see, Slendy is in 210 meters, so it's completely out of reach for most divers. Mazotos, which is in 45 meters, which is for technical divers. Slendy is only approachable by trimix divers. And Baia, which you can even snorkel there and see the villas. So I would like to tell the story now for Mazotos, not from an archaeological point of view. I'm not qualified to do that. I will only mention that it is a classical era shipwreck on the coast of Cyprus, and it was discovered, it was in 2007. So back then, 236 photos were acquired to form a photomosaic, not orthophotomosaic, just a photomosaic of the undisturbed site with scale. You might be able to see here a 2-meter scale bar on the side of the photomosaic. And this was used as a simplistic 2D mapping of the site, so the researchers can work and communicate where they are doing, what they are doing, what they're found, when, and so on. The underwater 3D documentation of the archaeological site started basically in 2010, when I started collaborating with Professor Stolda Demesticha, and we signed the Memorandum of Understanding between our two universities. And basically, we started using SFM and MVS techniques to document in 3D the whole site. So this went quite well, and we're still doing that, actually still under excavation. And with the context of Aymara culture, we decided that we should be using the undisturbed site for the dry visits. Obviously, the site has changed a lot since 2007. It's a totally different site, and it was decided both for Mazotos and Slendy that they should be represented in the dry visits, in the applications, in their intact, as they were discovered. The problem is that the site like that, undisturbed, didn't exist anymore. So in 2016, or basically 2017, when we started working on the Aymara Culture project, the site was destroyed. Actually, excavation is destroying the site. So we had to use the 2007 photos to create a dense 3D model. Unfortunately, that particular photos were captured for a photomosaic creation, not for 3D modeling. So the overlaps were not that big, and we had large areas without 3D information. In 2011, we recreated 12. We used the 2007 photos to recreate the 3D model, and we realized that there were significant holes and gaps. The other problem, which you might have already acknowledged, is the problem of, let me try if I can go to the previous slide. Okay. The other problem you might acknowledge from this timeline is that the use of lights is important. It's necessary in 45-meter depths if you are to capture any sense of red, green, blue information. And this is not always possible or feasible. So another part of the project, of Aymara Culture project, was improving color information of the original photos. And this is a particular difficult exercise because we don't have true ground truth of the site. So we had to make questionnaires and ask experts to fill them in to realize, after all, that there is no unique methodology that you can apply to correct photos. It depends on the circumstances, on the site, on the depth, on the use of the photos, and so on. So this is what we delivered at the end for Mazotos. As you can see on the far left, this is the original 3D model of the site, made out of the 2007 photos only. And what we did was to take these 3D models, fill in these gaps for more recent excavation periods, because luckily those particular areas were not disturbed in 2012 or in 2013, where we had enough photos to make a 3D model. So basically we copy paste these areas and we use the original photos for texturing. So we ended up in this 3D model, which you now see just like an orthophoto. We use the LAB process to improve the color information. And then we took the whole texture as a whole, I mean the JPEG file of the texture, and further improve it a little bit. So this is the final model used out of only few 236 photos of 2007. Nowadays, 236 photos is a very limited number of photos to describe in 3D this kind of sites. Usually we're taking like 400 to 600 photos to describe just the trends, 2x2 trends. So the final application, which you can see here, developed by 3D Research, it is an application which you're better seeing it using HTC device. It is developed for HTC device. You can see the shipwreck at its original discovered state, and you have several info points. Sorry, I will kill the music. And actually you have 8 info points where the visitor can see 3D objects, like amphora types, or even more complex 3D models, such as the bow, for example, and he can actually manipulate, rotate it in the 3D environment. I don't know why it should be working here as a 3D model, or the stowage of the amphora in the bow, and other interesting 3D models. While in the dive, in the virtual dive. The other interesting thing, and I will, I think the time is not enough. The other interesting thing is the storytelling, because as you already discovered, if we had a simple 3D environment and the user could just move around, this is just not enough. It's not interesting enough for the visitor. So you have to use some kind of storytelling. This might be a very simplistic approach with the info points and 3D models or photos or video or whatever. But you need to have enough information, background information to do so. So in both shipwreck sites like Slendy and Masotos, we didn't have enough information because this is an ongoing process, the excavation, I mean. But in Baia, we had a lot of information. Actually, we even had conceptual 3D drawings of the villa. So we took advantage of that vast information we had, along with other information provided by our Italian partners, archaeology partners. Barbara Davide was the main partner. And we developed 360 videos. So these 360 videos, actually 3 of them, and it's a full story, they were embedded in 360 videos. So when the visitor goes in an info point and he selects to see this 360 video, he can move around his head enjoying the villa as it was. So while he can hear the actors saying their lines and promote the story, because it's a story cut in 6 pieces, he has the ability to look around and investigate the villa. Of course, this is a static view, and when he returns to the dry visit, he can freely move around. So obviously, this is a much better way to showing more information to the visitors. And actually, the dry visit of Baia was the most interesting one. In all exhibitions we have been there, the people were asking to see this particular dry visit. And actually, the dry visits were well accepted both by public and European Union, and the European Commission awarded us with the Horizon 2020 Cultural Heritage Project with outstanding contribution to sustainable development. And we also won the Best Booth Prize at the exhibition of European innovators. So I think we did quite well. So the takeaway messages is, and I would like to stick here for a while. We were surprised to see that the high detailed 3D models we had from all those years is not a necessity. Actually, we had to downgrade them to disseminate the points and make much simpler meshes for the Unity and Unreal engines to be able to work with these models. The texture of the models itself, it's much more important to give a pleasing feeling and a pleasing dry visit to the user. Also, for an effective VR application, you need a lot of background information. You need to have enough information, enough data, additional data to make a good storytelling around the dry visit. Otherwise, the visitors are going to be bored and probably stop the application within a couple of minutes. The other problem we had was about intellectual property rights. We had problems even though we were not a commercial consortium, so we didn't gain anything out of it. But if we did, I guess that the intellectual property rights would have been even more complicated. So at least from my point of view, this is probably the bottleneck of any commercial application in relation to cultural heritage. And it must be taken care before the beginning of any commercial project, at least. I would like to thank all partners of Aimare Culture, in particular those who are here with us, 3D Research and Ministerio dei Beni e delle Attività Culturali e del Turismo from Italy, or from University of Marseille, and who provided the data for the Slendy 3D for the Slendy dry visit, and Timmy Gabin, of course, who gave us the rights to use them. So thank you very much for your attention. I hope I didn't use much time. I'm sorry, but I cannot hear you.
Sorry, I was mute. I was informed that I was mute, so I will repeat myself. So I would like to thank Dimitri for this very nice presentation. iMare Culture was a project of great success and led the way that we're moving currently towards the direction of digitalization of our underwater cultural and natural heritage. Now we're moving to the first session of the day with title Technologies and Approaches for the In Situ Promotion of Accessible Underwater Cultural Heritage Site. So I would like to invite Fabio Bruno to chair the session. Fabio is an associate professor at the department. Good morning, Fabio. At the Department of Mechanical, Energy and Management Engineering in the University of Calabria. He is co-founder of two spin-off companies, 3DR and Tech4C. His research interests include the development of new technologies and systems for the documentation, preservation, and exploitation of underwater cultural and natural heritage. He has been and is currently in charge of the UNICAL and 3D research team in various projects, including ITER Med Blumet, H2020 iMare Culture, EASME Underwater Cultural Route in Classical Antiquity, also from EASME EMFF Lab for Dive, and also two other projects from EASME, Dive Safe and Midray Dive. He has been and is the principal investigator of the following projects: MSCA Rise Tectonic, VISA's virtual and augmented exploitation of submerged archaeological sites, and MOLUX, Mobile Lab for Underwater Exploration. He is co-author of more than 100 scientific papers. Fabio, the floor is yours, and thank you for being with us today.
Thank you to you, Angos, and special thanks to all the speakers that joined us in this conference and to all the participants that are with us. I don't want to take time from the speakers that are very relevant and interesting. We will see very interesting presentation. Some of them are from the, I think that they are real at the state of the art. They are also complement the ones that we listened yesterday that were also very, very good. So I think that we can move forward and listen from Ms. Fotini Volakaki, her presentation. Fotini is an architect. She has a master degree in heritage conservation, and she is also a diver specialized in underwater cultural heritage and protection and conservation of monuments. At the moment, she works at the effort of underwater antiquity at the Hellenic Ministry of Culture in Greece, within the HANDICAT program. And she is also a member of the Hellenic Institute of Maritime Archaeology and the Corsay Institute. So I know very well Fotini since we worked together in various fieldwork. So please, Fotini, share. We would like to see you, share your screen and
contents of these signs.
Okay.
Now, for the shipwreck of Peristera, very well known, dates back to the last quarter of the 5th century BC. It is one of the most important classical shipwrecks ever excavated and explored, mainly due to its size, which with its discovery changed the perception of the size of ships that could be built at that time. It is located on the west side of the island of Peristera at a distance of 150 meters from the coast and at a depth of 24 to 33 on a mainly sandy bottom. Its cargo, consisting of 3,000 to 4,000 amphora, is in at least 3 layers, forms the outline of the ship and occupies an area of approximately 25 by 12 meters. The main cargo carried by the ship consists of Mendes and Beparthos amphora, and it was researched and excavated for 4 periods from 1991 to 2000 under the direction of the then director of the Effort of Underwater Antiquities, Dr. Elpida Hadidaki. According to the design study that was already done by the BlueMed program working group of the F8 of Underwater Antiquities, intended to facilitate the digital dives to the wreck that had been piloted under the BlueMed program, the underwater ecological site is expected to be visited by diverse visitors who will be guided by certified guides, diving professionals. The small group of divers will arrive by diving boat at the site of the shipwreck, which will be tied to a specially designed for the purpose of the ecological site anchorage buoys. Diving at the site of the wreck will be made via a descent rope to the starting point of a specified dive path. In this slide, in the bottom drawing, you can see the placement of the anchorages, especially for this site of the Peristera shipwreck. The route of divers visitors is designed so that after entering the water at a specified and marked with a special buoy point on the surface of the sea, they begin their dive on a guideline down to the depth of minus 21 meters. The first viewpoint stop is designed to be at a depth of 15 meters, and it's called viewpoint A, so that the visitors can obtain a first impression of the wreck site from above and become oriented with its volume in the underwater environment. Then, reaching near the bottom at the anchor position of the rope and maintaining a cruising depth of 2.5 meters from it, they are guided on the next viewpoint B, at a depth of minus 21 meters, where they come in contact with the impressive volume of concentration of amphora from a shorter distance. The next stop, viewpoint C, at a depth of 25 meters, is visible from viewpoint B, where visitors are given the opportunity to identify the different types of amphoras that make up the cargo of the wreck, which are for that reason indicated on the sign of the stop, and finds in close proximity of the viewpoint sign are also marked with smaller identification signs. The next viewpoint, viewpoint D, is at a horizontal distance of about 6.5 meters at a depth of minus 27 meters. Longitudinal views of the wreck indicating the movement of the visitor are at different depths of the site, but always maintaining a distance of 2.5 meters from the bottom. Here you can see the two side views of the wreck. At the following stop, viewpoint E, at the depth of minus 24 meters, the divers visitors are led to the excavation trench that was opened during the archaeological investigation of the shipwreck. In this location, visitors are given the opportunity to approach one by one towards the cargo and try to identify the subsequent layers of amphora that illustrate the loading method of the ships that carry amphoras. Finally, visiting divers are led through viewpoint E, sign outside the perimeter of the wreck, to an accumulation of amphora that had been removed from the cargo during excavation. The information material, textual and pictorial of the signs was designed according to the proposed by the working group of the F8 of Underwater Antiquities diving tour scenario. The proposed signs were to be placed at the viewpoint stops and would serve as a dual purpose: to mark the location of the underwater site at which it is recommended for divers to stop and observe, either the entire wreck or specific points of interest, and to mark the proposed course of the diverse visitors' movement. A second type of signs were also proposed to be placed onto the points of interest in order to clearly highlight finds of elements in the vicinity of the viewpoint stop signs. Underwater signage specifications met by the proposal were that the signs were to be placed at certain viewpoint stops of the wreck according to the pre-designed diving trail. The signs were to be placed at a distance of 2 meters from the seabed with an aim to make them visible from a distance so they can be followed, as well as indicating to the divers the minimum distance they should keep from the bottom. The signs were to be placed along the diving trail around the wreck and not over it at any purpose, at any possible moment of the dive. The signs of the viewpoints were to contain bilingual text, English and Greek, and the exact contents of the signs were determined in collaboration with the project team of the Authority of Underwater Antiquities of the Ministry of Culture. The material selected should have a positive buoyancy, be resistant to the aquatic environment, and be able to undergo mechanical cleaning and either underwater or out of the water, and to relieve any microorganisms without damage. As divers can be led to the signs from different directions and in groups, a maximum of 5 persons, consideration should be given to the possibility that the signs are accessible for reading by more people more than one person at the same time. Also, the signs were to be anchored to the seabed with the least possible intervention in the surrounding environment, also with the possibility of easy detachment. In general, the material, size, shape, and manner of anchoring of the signs to the bottom should be consistent with the environment of the protected underwater archaeological site and with respect to the protected area of Alonissos Northern Sporades National Marine Park, where they were to be placed. Design principles. The design of the underwater signs took into consideration the visual deformations present in the underwater environment due to refraction of light, which is as a result makes the images that someone sees underwater 1/3 larger than normal, while the distance of the objects appears less by 1/4. Also, loss of colors was when increasing the depth. The solar light, when it penetrates the water, is absorbed and its energy converts into heat. In this case, we were interested in the yellow color chosen to be the background of the plates for the depth of 24 to 33 meters, in which the wreck of Peristera Island is located. As shown in the diagram with the loss of the colors by depth, the yellow color is seen satisfactorily at the requested depth. The design of the signs also took into account the distance at which the diver will be able to read the messages on them. The optimal perception of messages also contributes to the selection of color for the text and the background. The signs placed in the predefined viewpoint stops take the form of a narrow triangular prism which floats vertically with the references to a similar element of diving equipment, the surface marker buoy, SMB. They consist of 4 sections. In this pilot construction of the sides, the triangular prism, which is 80 centimeters high and 18 centimeters wide, is made of a 1.5 millimeter thick inox sheet with engraved texts and pictograms, and painted electrostatically with sustainable pigments in yellow color. The prism becomes buoyant and floats in the water with the use of an inner closed floating chamber, either filled with air or with high density polystyrene, the dimensions of which have been calculated so that the whole structure mounted on the seabed has a positive buoyancy. The floating part positive, the whole thing negative. At the second stage of the implementation of the projects, and with the trial use of metal prisms, the triangular prisms will be produced using 3 millimeter ABS that would be bent and heat welded into shape, which with appropriate holes and slots for the tethering equipment. The cavity within the module will be filled with high-density polystyrene for required buoyancy. On the 3 outer surfaces of the prism, stripes of a material called aquasine, anti-fouling material, will be applied in the chosen color. The kit for anchoring the whole prism float to the seabed is constructed using 3 stainless steel ropes, 3 millimeter thick, which are connected to a stainless steel opening clip of 8 millimeters, securely in a section of vertical wire. Connections at all points are made using stainless steel roses. The anchorage base is of the entire structure. On the bottom is constructed from a specially designed lead weight of 20 kilograms with a diameter of 20 centimeters and a height of approximately 5 centimeters. The signs placed on the selected finds are square shaped boards with a total thickness of 9 millimeters. The 2 outer sheets are yellow and in color, and the middle one is black. Those were placed on the points of special interest along the whole of the erect side. The signs will be placed on the seabed during the period of the year that the archaeological site will be open to visitors, and they will be removed for maintenance and storage during the rest of the year. Provision has been made during the design of the signs to facilitate the removal and repositioning of the process. This was the presentation of the signage project. If I may, I would like to finish my presentation with a personal comment, dedicating this first approach of underwater signage of a very significant ancient wreck to my late husband, but also the most resourceful colleague and calmest and experienced diver anyone could ever ask for. Making the magical world of underwater exploration accessible to everyone was our common goal through the years, and this project was the last one. We worked together on designing together the floating signs and calculating the needed buoyancy for them to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Fotini, for your nice presentation, and thanks also for including the pictures of the Lord Marcos that we all appreciated a lot for his work and for his personal qualities. So now we will move to the next presentation, and I will inform you, all the participants, that the questions will be answered at the end of the session by all the presenters together. So please use the chat box in order to write your questions, and we will be happy to answer them. So let's move to the next presentation that is about the NEANIAS European project. So the title is NEANIAS, Innovative Service for Underwater Cultural Heritage Site. The presentation will be given by the three authors that belongs to different institutes. So we will start with Paraskevi Nomiko, she is an associate professor at the Department of Geology, Geoenvironment at the National Kapodistrian University of Athens. Then we will listen from Calliope Baika. She is associate professor at the Mediterranean and Maritime Archaeology at the University of Aix-Marseille. And finally, Joseph Quintana, he is the head of the Research and Development Department at the Econovis Computing in Spain. So thank you very much, and let's give the floor to Paraskevi for starting the presentation.
Thanks so much, Fabio. Thanks for the presentation. So we are going to present NEANIAS Horizon program, the whole structure of the underwater services, the friendly underwater services. So the title of the presentation is NEANIAS Innovative Services for Underwater Cultural Heritage Sites. So Calliope, can you please go to the next slide? I cannot see the presentation, sorry for that. Okay, thanks a lot. So we have a delay, sorry for this. Okay, so NEANIAS project engages open science practices through the European Open Science Cloud, the EOSC ecosystem, aiming at the wide variety of scientific and professional communities emanating from the underwater, atmospheric, and space domain. So for now, there are three types of services for the underwater environment, for the atmospheric environment, and for the space environment. But we are going to present and we will be focused for the underwater services. Next slide, please. Yeah, there's a little delay. That's why I cannot see the presentation. No, yes. Sorry for that. Still, I cannot see it. Calliope, can you see the presentation? I cannot see, sorry for that. I cannot see the presentation. Fabio, can you hear me? I cannot see the presentation, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that we have a problem with the connection of Calliope because she looks frozen. Maybe now.
Yeah, it's a technical problem. We can solve it.
Calliope,
Okay,
now I see the Calliope again, so probably Calliope try to share again, or if someone else have the presentation.
No, still, it's a blue screen, unfortunately. I can share it. Okay, so Calliope, can I share the presentation because we have a technical problem, so we cannot see the slides. Okay.
No sortemos los slides.
Paraskevi stopped sharing for you to share, apparently.
Yeah, okay, so I can share. Don't worry about that.
You cannot
give me just 1 second. Sorry for this. Entire screen. So can you see my screen? Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So I will do that for you. So sorry for that. That was a technical problem. So we're talking about the underwater services. So the difficult part, we can say so. Okay. So sensing, mapping, and reconstruction of the underwater environment is a very, very demanding task, still processing a great amount of scientific and technological challenges. So the main active, as we say, the multi-beam echo siders, or the passive, like the RGB camera sensors, deploy on supporting ships like also ROVs and also AUVs, provided a significant amount of data like images and point clouds, towards addressing mainly in the critical tasks of bathymetry mapping. So we will be focused on bathymetry to map the seafloor mosaicing to create 2D and 3D models of the seafloor, and of course the seabed classification, targeting a vast variety of application fields and communities like submarine archaeology, geology, oil and gas, energy power cables, etc. So we all know and we all support different types of software that we use in order to process these different types of data. But what we propose as Neanea solution, just in general, so the underwater thematic services that we are going to deliver to the community, it could be user-friendly and cloud-based solution with respect to bathymetry processing, seafloor mosaicing, and seafloor classification, addressing the needs of the end user. So we are going to provide, and we have already released, we have the first release of the services, but at the end of the project, in 1.5 years, we are going to provide user-friendly services for the underwater exploration. So what about these services? So the first service is bathymetric mapping from acoustic data service. We all, so this is the first step. If we want to explore the seafloor, the first thing that we need to do is to map the seafloor. So the first service, the bathymetry mapping service, provides a large numbers of tools to post-process vendor-specific raw data. Its approach to create what is going to create, of course, the digital underwater digital terrain models and maps from multi-beam echo sounders raw data. So this service will deliver an advanced user-friendly cloud-based version of the popular open source. This is very important also for all the oceanographers, that we will use the open source software MB system utilized for post-processing, bathymetry, and seafloor backscatter. The second service, and also Jacob is going to explain more how you will use this service, is focused on seafloor mosaicing from optical data. The seafloor mosaicing deals with the optical mapping in underwater environments. It provides a set of sub-services related to mapping using, of course, images of the seafloor, including camera calibration, image quality check, 2D mosaicing, and of course, the spectacular 3D reconstruction. Provides an operational solution for large area representation in the order of tens of thousands of images of the predominantly flat seafloor, also addressing visible limitation from the underwater medium. So we will be focused on this presentation for this service because it's very, very useful for underwater cultural heritage. And of course, the third service, the seabed classification for multispectral multi-beam data. This is more specific service. We need to find out about the texture of the seafloor. So the seabed classification from multispectral multi-beam data service will deliver a user-friendly cloud-based solution integrating cutting-edge machine learning frameworks for mapping, of course, several seabed classes validated from archaeological point of view, the geohazard, this is also very important for us because I'm a marine geologist, energy, and other applications. So now we will be focused on the second service. Joseph, the floor is yours.
Okay, introduction. As David said, I will be focused in the U2 service. That it's the final goal of it is to have underwater 2D mosaics or 3D reconstructions of the seafloor. For doing that, it's not only this last step, let's say, in the pipeline. We also introduce some tools that will be in the cloud, but that in fact you can start executing them. That you can calibrate the camera, you can understand the images that you upload there. You can apply some image enhancement algorithms. You can check the quality of the data in order to know which are the images more useful or less useful in order to proceed to the 2D or the 3D models. As you can see here, there is the web page where you can enter and you can then start using the service. And also there is a documentation where you can find which are the algorithms applied, how to use the service, examples on the data, and so on. Okay, if you can move. Okay, first, this is the welcome page. In this case, what you see is basically a definition of the service, what you can do on it, and you have the singing to enter to the service, let's say. Okay, if you move to the next, here you can see now, this is the login page. Okay, if you press in the singing, right now everybody having a Microsoft or Google account can start entering to the service and test it. Okay, in the next future, this will be some other programming there, knowing who is entering and which are the things that they can do. But now, as I tell, you can enter and you can just start trying the things. Okay, whenever at any point when you are logged in, you have all the services listed in the main page, and you can start entering to them and executing your data on there. Yeah, if you move to, okay, here it's the second of the tags. It's basically a list of all the things that you are executing at this time, or the things that already finished, and then if you want to download the results, if you want to share it to the next cloud, you are able to do it. You can erase some tasks that it's already completed and you already download the data. This is let's say the current status of what you are doing on our service. Okay, this is the first of the tasks that I was explaining to you. The goal of this task is to calibrate your camera, is to obtain the intrinsic parameters of each of the cameras that you are using in the underwater. Basically, as an input, you will require to acquire some images of a known pattern. In the lab, you can see some examples of it. As I said, in the documentation, you will find these files. You can download, print it by yourself, and then start acquiring images. Then when you enter to the service, you will be asked to upload these images and to configure some parameters. That it's basically which is the pattern that you printed, how many of these squares you printed, and which is the real size of them. Okay, and then finally you get this kind of result, that it's basically a TXT file, or let's say a YAML file, where you have all the parameters. These parameters you can download to your PC, or you can then use it for the next steps of the pipeline that we were explaining before. Okay, yeah, here this is the second task. Let's say that you already calibrated your camera using these kind of images. Here you see one of the patterns that's shown before in the previous task. In the left side, you see the original images. As you can see, they are bended in some of the places. You don't see the squares following a line, let's say. Then here you upload your images, you upload your file that you obtained from the previous task, and then you get the images on the right side, where you can see that the lines become real lines, and you get all your images undistorted. Okay, as I said, then you can download these images, you can move them to the next services, to the next task, and proceed to the 2D, for example. Okay, this is one of the tasks that, as you know, and you saw in the previous presentations, all the underwater images suffers a loss in the color or a shift on them, depending in the part or in the depth that you are acquiring them, the kind of cameras, the kind of light that you introduce on the ascent. Here, there is one of the methods that it's able to improve this. As you see, this is a reference to the paper of Bianco in 2015. This is the method that we implemented, and we also implemented a client algorithm that can even improve a bit more the images. Then when you enter to the service, you will upload your images. You can choose which is the algorithm that you want to apply from the ones on the list, and then you get, again, a better images, let's say, that you can reuse in the next task. Okay, here is one of the services that basically you introduce just some images. Then we do a fast check on all the images to know how many features we can get from them. And then we return a list like that of some images that are acceptable, let's say, and some images that can be worse, let's say. And okay, if you have a lot of images and you consider that reducing the number of images, taking out the ones that has less quality, can improve the velocity of the service, or these are images that cannot introduce anything interesting to the 2D, then you can just remove them from the list. And let's start, let's say, with the final goals of the service. That is, from one side is to process the 2D. The nice thing in that part is that mainly any kind of user, let's say with a lot of knowledge or with few knowledge, can start using it. Basically, you just need to upload the files, and then the mosaic is computed. Additionally, you can have two things. One is the navigation file, and the other thing is the, let's say, the calibration, okay, in order to improve the results. But these are the only two things that you can introduce extra from the images in order to have the results. Yeah, this is a kind of examples of what you can get there. In this case, it's just a TIFF file that you download at the end and you can open with any image viewer. In that sense, we are still working in some tools in order to visualize these results on the cloud directly on your Internet Explorer, let's say. And then also we are introducing the georeferencing of these mosaics. On the next step, it's exactly the same procedure than for the 2D, but the goal here is to obtain a 3D model from your images. Basically, you introduce the images, you introduce the navigation file if you have it. You also can introduce the calibration if you have it, and then you just start uploading the images and executing the service. As I said, it's only one button, and you get the final result. Yeah, this is also, again, another of the results. In this case, what we obtain is an OBJ file that you can download and open, for example, using the known software that is MeshLab. Also here, we are working in visualization tools on the cloud. That this is one of the core services that will be deployed from Neanias. This is half done, let's say, but yeah, in a few months, it will be presented to the general public.
Exmaster University is an end user for the underwater services of Neanias, and now we will discuss some of the application and advantages when used from the point of view of the end users in underwater archaeological and cultural heritage sites. As very well explained by Evi and Joseph, Service 2 proposes a photomosaic cloud-based solution, and the service was tested using databases from sites in the Aegean, the Mediterranean, and the Atlantic Ocean, and a main case study was underwater photogrammetric databases from the Egina Harbor project, an interdisciplinary project in the Aegean. Okay. For the process archaeology, documentation and estimation purposes, as demonstrated in this conference from almost all projects already presented. In the framework of Neanias project, the photomosaic service was tested for the user-friendly based creation for 3D and 2D models of monumental housing vicinity, and these models served for the precise architectural documentation structure. Next. And they were also used for monitoring the state of archaeological remains of the structures. Next. Services propose a reference documentation integrating topographical points taken under it was also used for monitoring processes during the archaeological excavation for the recording of all excavation phases, as well as for the monitor after covering with geotextile for the life period of the project and beyond. Next. Finally, the service is also used by the marine biologists and conservation teams for the monitoring of the marine growth over 1 year of leaving the structures uncovered, and will continue for the years to come. Next, please. As it is obvious for sites that we have the intention to make them visitable to the public, such as Egina Harbor City, the continuous monitoring of the impact of marine growth on archaeological remains submerged in very shallow waters is of very big importance. While the photomosaic service has a straightforward utility in cultural heritage applications, research and disseminations, Services 1 and 3 also of great importance. Next, please. As we saw, the seabed classification service uses multispectral and multi-beam data to deliver a cloud-based solution for mapping several seabed classes. In the archaeological record, the classification of materials such as rock, posidonia, sand, gravel, of beach rock is very valuable and has already been implemented for the identification of archaeological structures and their layout. Furthermore, at microscale analysis, we are planning to test the classification of different building materials in the archaeological structures, such as ashlar, mortar, metal joints, etc. Next. Therefore, the combination of the bathymetry mapping and the seabed classification can prove very valuable, permitting a rapid geolocalization and identification of targets. These are either archaeological, such as submerged harbors and coastal structures, shipwrecks and scattered material, either geological or modern targets, among them geomorphological formations, as well as industrial and model litter. As a result, the processed information through a combination of Neania services can provide high-resolution thematic maps, very useful for geoarchaeological and environmental research that is today an integrated part of all underwater archaeological projects. Next. Other scientific challenges can also be addressed. To give an example, the bathymetric mapping and the digital terrain model produced is an excellent step for the reconstruction of the paleobathymetry of Asian harbor basins and coastal sites. The reconstructed paleobathymetry can serve as base for hydrodynamic numerical modeling, very useful to Asian harbor archaeoengineering analysis. The Neanias project is now ongoing. The third release of the underwater services is scheduled for 2022. During this period, we will have the opportunity to adapt them to address many more challenges we faced during the study of underwater cultural heritage sites. And very soon, we'll be very happy to invite you all to discover and test their upgraded version as end users. Thank you very much for your attention and the organization committee for this excellent organization of the conference in front and at the backstage.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to you, and Joseph, for the nice presentation. We will see later if you will have questions. For sure, I have some because it's very interesting. So now let's move to the presentation that will be given by Caterina De Vivo, and she will talk about the marine protected area of Gaiola Underwater Park that I know very well, and I think that some audience will know because this marine protected area in Italy is very active in providing services, additional services, learning activities to the public. So Caterina will talk about the new and more sustainable model for the management of the underwater park with respect to what they did at the marine protected area of Gaiola. Thanks, Caterina, please.
Okay, so thank you very much. First of all, thank you for giving us the chance to participate again to this conference, and let's hope that in the future it will be possible to do it in person again. So thank you very much to the organizers and to all the participants. The work I'm presenting today, as Fabio Bruno said, it's a work focused on the marine protected area Gaiola Underwater Park. And it's not really about technology this time, but it's more about more sustainable models for the management of an underwater park, especially considering that the Gaiola Underwater Park, it's, as you will see in a moment, located in a highly densely inhabited area. So I will start to give you some general information about the context, about the place I'm talking about. So as you can see, it's quite a small marine protected area. It is actually the smallest in Italy. It was instituted in 2002, and it is only 41 hectares. It is a place of a great environmental and archaeological relevance. As you can see from these two images, we have basically in this marine protected area, which is also an underwater archaeological park, we have the remains of a Roman villa dating to the 1st century BC. Here you can see an image of the on-land archaeological area related to the marine protected area. And in the marine protected area, there are the remains of, as you can see from the image on the right, there are the remains of the fish ponds related to this rich Roman villa, as well as a Roman harbor, and many other structures connected basically to this maritime beautiful villa. As you can see from the picture on top on the left, this one, basically this marine protected area is divided in two main areas. The red one, which is the A zone, which is the Integra Reserve area, and the B area, the B zone, which is a more general reserve area, as many other protected area, of course. And so in the red area, there are more restriction, of course. So most activities are forbidden for the sake of archaeological and environmental preservation, whereas in the yellow area, more things like sun and bathe, for example, are permitted. The thing is that, and I think this is relevant, as I was saying before, is that this marine protected area is located, as you can see on the image from Google Map, you can see the red spot, which indicates where the MPA is. And it is located in the heart of a highly densely inhabited and constructed coastline, which is the one of the Bay of Naples in southern Italy. Actually, this MPA is located in the one of the very few little spots of the coastline that are not occupied by the human presence. So as you can understand, there is a huge anthropic pressure on this park. In fact, when the marine protected area was instituted in 2002, it was necessary to start a big requalification project of the area because, of course, the seabeds of the park were preserving the important environmental and archaeological heritage I was mentioning to you. But as you can see from the image on the left, the area was quite abandoned. Actually, let's say the comparison between these two images has become, to some extent, the metaphor of the work that has been done in this area throughout the years, because you can see on the left the place how it was before the marine protected area and as it is now. Now the building you see in the picture is the visitor center of the park. So throughout the years, many projects have been carried out. We talked about one of these last year, actually no, not last year, in 2019 in Athens. So a lot of projects were carried out in order not only to preserve and to research on the environmental and archaeological heritage of the area, but also to create awareness, of course, in the citizens. And so basically to communicate and to make people aware of the importance of this area. So many activities have been carried out with school children. As you can see in the image, there is a group of school children visiting the MPA with the glass bottom boat, which allows to see the seabeds on the area. At the same time, scuba diving activities as well as snorkeling activities are carried out in the park, and many didactic activities, not only with school children, but also with the university students that come here for their training and so on and so forth. So all the activities you can imagine that are carried out in an MPA. In the images below, you can see the visitor center from outside and inside, how it is today. Still, there is a big problem. There was actually a big problem with this area, as these images clearly tell. I think that it is quite clear that what you see in these images is not really, let's say, sustainable. We're not talking about sustainability looking at this picture, and especially this is something we should not see inside neither an archaeological or an environmental park. The images I'm showing you are the images of the little beach of the general reserve area. So we are outside the Integra Reserve area, where, as I told you, sun and bathing, it is allowed. And of course, the thing is that to allow sun and bathing on a beach in an area that is as densely inhabited as the one I'm talking about, in the heart of one of the biggest cities of the Mediterranean, it is a problem, because this is what happens. Also because it is important to mention, to understand how this was possible. The city of Naples has a huge problem with free access to the beach. So basically, for most Neapolitan, before 2020, Gaiola MPA was considered as a place where it was possible to go to the beach without paying an entrance fee, not as a marine protected area. Of course, just think that the images you are looking at are the images on an average of an average weekend, a summer weekend in the MPA before 2020. And of course, there are a number of problems related to this huge anthropic pressure. We are talking of about 1,000 people entering a small area per day. There are problems with the garbage these people leave behind. There is a problem of control, because it's very difficult. You need a lot of people to control what these people are doing. There is also a safety problem, because the two images below on the left show you easily how difficult it was to give assistance to people that injured themselves, the ambulance that could not arrive because on the street there were too many motorbikes, and the yellow arrow shows you basically doctors trying to take out of the beach a person that was injured. With such a situation, you can understand that aside from the problems that are also connected to the archaeological heritage, because it's easy to find objects like amphoras and other remains in this area, and with such situation, it's very difficult to control if someone is stealing something. But basically, of course, despite the safety problems and the garbage problem, it is very, very difficult also to do environmental or cultural heritage education with people, because it's very difficult to carry out this kind of activities in such a situation. Then COVID-19 arrived in 2020, as we all sadly know. But so basically, as all the other places of culture, but as all the other places in Italy, in March 2020, the MPA was locked down. You know that Italy had quite a strict lockdown last spring, and so for a few months the area was completely closed and the access was completely closed to the public. So as the image on the left show you, we passed from the situation I've just described to you to a place that was completely empty, where no one could access. So the break, let's say, caused due to the COVID, was taken actually as a chance to rethink about the accessibility model and the sustainability model of the MPA. The decision was taken to find a way to find a balance between accessibility and preservation in the area, to make it really sustainable. So thanks to the call for action also of important the Neapolitan institutions, such as, for example, the Archaeological Museum of Naples, and the support of other institutions, like basically all the museum of the city, all the small archaeological sites of the city, as well as the Naples municipality, the decision was taken to change the model, and so to still leave this area accessible and with a free entrance with the for the public, but to limit the number of people that could enter, because before that everyone could enter, so there was no control. Also, because I know this is a bit boring, but it's important to understand the situation, there is an overlap of competences, because the MPA is managed by a non-profit organization, but the Naples municipality has the control of the number of the public beach, let's say. So there is this overlapping of competences. That's why it was possible for everyone just to enter, and that's why it was important to really work and collaborate together with the other Neapolitan institutions, so to completely change the paradigm of access to the beach. So for the reopening of the MPA last June, it was June more or less, it was decided first of all to clean the beach, and so you can see that to create more space and to enlarge the space, all things like old boats, as you can see on the image on top on the left, were removed from the area. Clear paths were created in order, of course, also to guarantee social distancing, because it was something necessary, of course, due to the COVID pandemic, but especially a booking system was created. So going on the Marine Protected Area website, it was possible to reserve and to book the possibility to enter the site. Together with the local authorities, it was decided how many people could fit the area. Now the number you see on the slide have been slightly changed because of the change of the rules due to COVID. And so it was decided to organize two entrance time slot per day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon, 75 people per time. So to have about 150 people in the area per day. Of course, this allowed to develop in the same time constant monitoring activity. I'm going to tell you a bit more about this in a while. And especially thanks to this new organization, having such a limited number compared to what it was before in the MPA, it started to be possible to really start to engage people coming to the MPA simply for sunbathing in the activities of the park. So as you can see, the chance was taken, to engage people that were coming just to go to the beach and to explain them what is an MPA, how it works, what kind of environmental and archaeological heritage these places actually preserve. Of course, another evident benefit of the change was that nature immediately started to flourish. So here you can see two images. One related to the Mediterranean bush on the top shows you how Mediterranean important plants related to the bush started to grow again on the beach that was not overcrowded anymore, and especially also on the shore, on the rocks of the shore of the MPA, the Cistoceira started to grow again because it was not ruined anymore, but sunbathers, and especially by the hundreds of kayaks that every day were thrown, with creating a trampling effect on the reef. But as I was saying to you, since all of this, which could, I'm aware, could seem normal for certain contexts, but it was completely new in such a difficult context. Since all of this was completely experimental, the activity of the creation of the new system was accompanied by a more constant monitoring activity, thanks to questionnaire issued to the visitors and to people coming to the MPA by Martina De Fine and Giuseppina Campanile. That there were two students now still collaborating with the park, that they developed and carried out this questionnaire in the park. As you can see from the first graph, it is immediately clear that all people entering the area, and they were people coming to this place also before the new model, they appreciated the improvement in livability, in cleanliness and safety of the place. So most of them, basically all of them, recognized that the situation had improved. The other important aspect is that I showed you before the image with all that garbage. It was collected by the MPA staff. So we knew how much garbage was collected in the MPA every day. And you can see that in August 2019, more than 3,500 kilos of garbage were collected just in 1 month. As you can see, in 2020, nothing. For the very simple reason that, of course, if you have a limited amount of people in the area, you can control, you can do more education with people. You can tell them and explain them that they have to collect their garbage and take them away and bring it away. So all these activities, all these things that seems quite basic, quite normal, started to be basically carried out also in this marine protected area. I think the most important data, though, is this, because as I told you, we started from a situation where the site was overcrowded, and we arrived because of the COVID to a situation where it was completely empty. So the goal was to reach a sustainability access to the site, and so we basically passed to having almost 1,000 people per day to having something like more or less 3,500 visitors in the MPA in 1 month. So I'm telling you this, and it's important to say this, because though for you it may seem something normal to do what we have done, there were a lot of criticism from people that used to come to the MPA saying, you're making this place private, you're basically avoiding people to go to the seats, the place is not accessible anymore. But this data clearly shows you that it is still accessible, still a considerable amount of people can enter the place, but finally in a sustainable way. The success of the operation of the new model has also been demonstrated by the questionnaire that shows that basically both on the social media and on the questionnaire, people said that there's basically nothing to improve but the booking system, that in fact, as I'm telling you now, it's becoming more flexible, allowing to cancel the reservation. We increased the number of people to 100 per time slot, so to have a bit more people, even more people entering, but still in a sustainable way. Finally, to conclude, I want to tell you, I want to show you these 2 graphs because I don't want to go over time, but really this is the most important thing. I told you at the beginning how important it was to let people understand where they were in 2019. In fact, from previous questionnaire, we knew that most people entering the MPA were not aware of being in a park, were not aware of being in an archaeological area. They were not aware of swimming between ruins, literally. They just didn't care. They just wanted to go to the beach. So the biggest goal achieved thanks to this new model is that thanks to the education, and also simply thanks to the fact that in order to book to enter the MPA, now you have to read the rule of the place, so you must be aware that you're entering a park. Now people finally understand the place where they are. Most people said that they were aware of being in an MPA, they were aware of being in an archaeological park. Still, of course, they maybe don't know technicalities like what is the difference between a B zone and an A zone, but at least they start to be aware of the place where they are. And I think this is the most important goal, because we're all aware and we all know that cultural heritage, if it is not perceived as such by people living in the place, has no value. So really this system allowed to give a great value to this place, starting from the citizens and from the people that can go there. I want to conclude just showing you this cloud of words that are the words collected through the social media, and you can read, unfortunately, I'm sorry, in Italian, but word as paradise, clean sea, marvelous, calm, beautiful, beautiful experience. That is for us the most important, let's say, proof that the goal has been achieved. So thank you again. I hope that I was not too long, and I'm available for answering all your questions later. Thank you again, Fabio.
Thanks to you, Caterina. I would like to mention that Caterina is an archaeologist, but she also had a PhD in management and development of cultural heritage. And thanks to this, she is working in the fields of cultural heritage presentation and community engagement, working with a lot of NGO like the Gaiola and Water Park. So let's see later on if we will have question for you. Thank you again. And thank you. And so now let's move to the presentation that will be given by Alberto Bravo Morata Rodriguez. He is a research support officer at the Department of Classics and Archaeology at the University of Malta. So from, just to mention, from the Timmy Gambin staff. So the title of the presentation is From Discovery to Public Consumption, the process of mapping and evaluating underwater cultural heritage map. Please, Alberto.
Good morning and thank you for the invitation. First of all, I would like to apologize on behalf of Tini Gambin, who hasn't been able to make it to here today because of an ongoing survey. He is currently diving, so I apologize on his behalf. But what I would like to present today is one of the projects that we have been conducting from the Department of Archaeology of University of Malta for a series of years now, and is a project that has as an objective or as an aim to systematically survey the seabed of Malta, of all the surroundings of the territorial waters of Malta. In our case, we have the chance of having the possibility of working with an AUV, an autonomous underwater vehicle, which in our case, because there are many kinds of AUVs that can be seen all over the world, in our case, it has a modular configuration, which means that you can add or remove different modules in order to adapt it to your needs. And in our case, it has mounted onto it a side scan sonar module, which is our base tool for our particular research, and a multi-beam, also a multi-beam device that has the function, in the case of this AUV, of gap filling the NADA of the side scan sonar. So basically, we work budget-wise. When we manage to gather a little bit of budget that will allow us to go out at sea and start and continue surveying around Malta, we plan the area, we see how big is the area that we want to do, and then we think from there on. For example, here you've got an example of an area that we had planned to survey because we had the budget for it, and then we subdivided into the different, what you see there is the different days. Because always, independently of the size of the area, we work limiting ourselves depending on basically basing the time that we can work per day, battery-wise and time-wise. I have to say that even though we limit ourselves to time and battery, we never use all the battery of our AUV because it has an excellent performance capabilities, and we limit more to the hours that we can stay out at sea. So once we have subdivided the areas that we are going to work in day by day, we plan the different pattern that the AUV will follow. It's basically, as you could see in the previous slides, it's a zigzagging pattern that the AUV is going to follow from beginning to end without surfacing. It only goes down, it stays there zigzagging for the amount of hours and the amount of surface that it has to survey, and then it comes up at the end of the day. Here you can see, for example, what that work would look after 8 or 9 or 10 days of work. We have the area that we had planned at the beginning that we wanted to survey, and there you have all the final data displayed in a map that helps us to plan where are we working, where is the next area where we're going to be working, and that allows us also to confirm if there has been any errors in the geopositioning of the data. So slowly but surely, what the objective that we have, as I said at the beginning, is to survey the territorial waters of Malta, all of it. And slowly but surely, we're getting there. Little by little, year by year, we add as many areas as we can manage to do every year in order to have this objective of surveying all the territorial waters of Malta and doing the archaeological map of the remains that can be found in the seabed surrounding the island. This is important because in order to take decisions in the management of underwater cultural heritage, you need to know. And the more you know, the better you can manage it. So year after year, as I said, we systematically create these areas, and following the areas that we did the previous year, in order to continue this surveys. So just to give an idea of the things that we can find. Well, first of all, the majority, we systematically survey the areas and check absolutely all the lines and all the possible targets that we may encounter. We analyze them, and we see if they are potential archaeological targets or not, because they don't appear always in the same way. Here, for example, you can find some cases in which the target or the element that has been found in the seabed is clearly identifiable. For example, here you've got a Second World War plane. We can also find war vessels, submarines. So these would be the targets that are clearly identifiable. But also, in some occasions, when it gets to more ancient remains, the task gets a little bit trickier, as they are not always super identifiable. Here, for example, we can see, there you go, we can see a very important example for us, which is the Phoenician shipwreck of Schlendi, which, just to remind you all, it was also found in a systematical but random survey using side-scan sonar in an area that hadn't been surveyed. We were filling up the area next to the area that was done the previous year, and all of a sudden we found a target that had the morphology of an ancient shipwreck. This was confirmed, and it ended up being the shipwreck that most of you know, and that has been mentioned in previous talks today and yesterday. All thanks to this kind of systematical surveys. But the task isn't always easy, as we saw before with the planes, the submarines, the vessels, or even the shipwreck of Schlendi. The targets aren't always as evident as we would like to. Here, for example, we've got 2 images of a target that we thought that could be an ancient shipwreck or the remains of some kind of archaeological remains, because its morphology is quite similar to the scouring that you would find when you find a shipwreck, as you saw before in the case of the Schlendi wreck. Anyway, the methodology that we follow is the following. First of all, I will go back to that case, but first of all, we do a wide survey. We do the area that we had planned from the beginning. We do a low resolution documentation or passage with the AUV, which allows us to document a much wider area, which means we have a wider range of view. We fly much higher from the seabed, and we document extensively all the area. And then when we go through the data, we point out the targets that we are suspicious that they could be something. The planes and the submarines, they're clear. We identify them from the first go. But on those kind of those cases that I just mentioned, they aren't extremely evident. For that, once we have finished the area, we organize a second dive in which the AUV, instead of going through all the area, will go specifically to the position of those targets, and will pass using a higher frequency with the side-scan sonar. We pass closer to the seabed, we pass closer to the target, and as we have seen where it is, how it's oriented, and everything in the previous documentation, we know how to pass next to the target that we have seen in order to get back a better image. This, as we do it from the surface, the AUV, we send it, and it comes back with the data, we analyze it, and we may find out that targets that seemed like archaeological or that had some importance, they could be something, or they could happen to be, this is the example that I was talking before, in the first image, you can see that it seems like something has the similar size to a shipwreck. It has some elements all around it and things that could be archaeological objects. But while passing with the AUV a second time closer and with high definition, we find out that that target happens to be a ship or whatever entangled in nets or cables or some kind of garbage. In this case, it was cables, and most probably an ensemble of fishing gear. So by doing this, we have avoided going directly with an ROV, spending more money that we could use in something in another day of surveying and so on. We save that money by doing a second passage on the places where we have doubts on and clarifying them. And okay, we classify it as fishing gear, and we pass on to the next item. And that is our methodology of working with the AUV. In other cases, using the same methodology, some targets that may have seemed as something interesting that might point out to ancient remains, we pass with the high frequency sonar in the same way as we passed, and we saw that the other target happened to be a mass of nets. This one happened to be an ancient shipwreck. Here in the second passage, if you compare it to the first image that we have, it defines some elements, but it doesn't give you a super clear image. The second passage that we have shows that we may have two cannons that you can see here. I don't know if you can see my mouse. Two cannons that happen to, well, two elements that have to happen to have the morphology of two cannons. Something that could resemble an anchor, and more scouring that could belong to a shipwreck. So once we have done that second passage, if the target is at a reachable depth for diving, for either scuba diving or technical diving, at that point, once we have reassured ourselves that it's not something that isn't worth diving onto, we send the divers, and they do the 3D documentation of the site that will allow us to continue increasing our knowledge on the site. Here, for example, as I said before, we confirmed that what seemed to be a shipwreck is actually a shipwreck with two cannons, an anchor, and more scouring of pottery along the surface of the seabed. So this final step of documentation is, as I said, we only proceed with it once we have confirmed the morphology of the site. We have reconfirmed the position of it in order to make it easier for the divers to get to the spot, and then they perform the documentation of all the different kinds of surveys that we might, of targets that we may find, either an ancient shipwreck, as you saw in the previous slide, or a modern Second World War submarine, or a plane, as you saw in the previous slide that we have the example of a plane, or a war vessel in this case. Also, depending on the morphology of the site, the size, the kind of seabed it is in, if it's in a slope, if it's in a different position, all of that information that we have managed to gather by surveying with the AUV is used by the divers to know how to go to the site. Either they can go directly with a normal configuration, let's say finning, or if it's a place that it's quite more trickier, it has more height, it's longer, it's got different kind of structures that you're not going to be able to do by normal swimming. And in that case, the configuration of the diver that's going to do the 3D documentation passes to be from normal swimming to carrying a scooter that allows them to perform the same kind of documentation, but easier. So this documentation is important because we pass on to the administration unit of Heritage Malta we pass all the information that we have managed to gather from the first files of side scan sonar, first images, till the final steps of the 3D documentation, as well as a request of protection of the site once we know what it is. So here is where the importance of these kind of surveys makes its appearance. We pass all this onto the unit, and we collaborate with Heritage Malta and with the unit that Darko Kovacevic presented yesterday. And together we work for the protection and declaration of these kind of sites. Here you can see how useful it is, the documentation that we do, because the accuracy is so extreme that it not only allows us to discover or to document the size of the site, the morphology, what kind of site it is, but it also may allow us to go further ahead of that and identify the exact ship or plane that we are working with. But our work doesn't stop there with the research phase of each target. We go further than that, and we carry out more work after that, because our final objective is to give back to the public all these sites and all the information that we gather. Like that, we can share with either with the Maltese or with the foreigners that come here to do dive tourism, people who are interested in doing cultural tourism. We share all this information with them by using different kinds of platforms to reach as much public as we can. One of the examples is Google Arts and Culture, which is a free platform owned by Google that is usually used by museums and different kinds of projects in order to disseminate their work. And that's what we have been doing for the past year and a half. We have been on this platform, and it's a platform that through the structure of little stories, you can explain different kind of subjects, such as us, for example, we have the different phases of the Phoenician shipwreck project, from the discovery to exploring it to documenting it. And also we have other stories on different topics, like how we document, how we find the site, how we document it, and how the divers work on it. Or also we have another story on the virtual museum, which is a 3D based platform on which we share visually the results that we obtain while documenting these sites. So that's for Google Arts and Culture. We also have a site dedicated to the Phoenician shipwreck project, in which we give all the information of the shipwreck and how the project, which is still ongoing, develops every year. And we also have the virtual museum. In this case, we are working on a website in which we display the most relevant sites that we have been finding along the years around Malta and that have been open to the public. We try to share them using virtual reality as a base, and the 3D models, we use them as a base, and we allow the visitors to experiment with the 3D models, to turn them around, to navigate through the wrecks. And it also has some options in which you can, in some occasions, go into the objects. We have small explanations of what some objects of interest that we find on the shipwrecks or on the planes. What were they? In this case, for example, you have the example of the Phoenician shipwreck, in which we have 2 or 3 models of different kinds of different typology of pottery that has been found on the shipwreck, and you get a little explanation of the origin of these vases, how are they used, and they can go into the models, rotate them, get into the amphoras. We try to make it all in a very approachable way and very interesting way for all the general public, not only divers, but whoever wants to wants to visit these sites. So I would like to first of all encourage you to visit these sites of virtual museum, which can be found, can be Googled by Google and Virtual Museum or Underwater Malta, or the Phoenician Shipwrecks Project website, as well as our site in the Google Arts and Culture. That can be found through University of Malta Departments of Classics and Archaeology. And I would like to thank everyone for this invitation and for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Alberto. Very nice and interesting presentation. So let's move on. We will remain in the same area of the Mediterranean, moving from Malta to Sicily. Now we will have the presentation held by the Soprintendenza del Mare della Sicilia. We have with us Valeria Livigni Tusa. She leads the Superintendency of the Sea in Sicily. That is a special office created in 2004 by the region, the Sicilian region. Valeria is an anthropologist, an ethnoanthropologist and a diver, and before leading the Superintendency of the Sea, she has been director in many important museums. And we have with us also Floriana Nieto. She's a diver and she's a functionary of the Superintendency of the Sea in the region of Sicily. So please take the floor for the presentation.
Thank you for your invitation. We are in Ustica Island for work, and now I transmit to my colleague the word for presentation. Thank you very much, and good morning, all.
Thank you, Gloria. Thank you, Valeria, for your greetings. Please, Floriana, start the presentation.
Hi, good afternoon to everybody. My superintendent tells to you that we are working at the moment in Ustica Islands. We are working in progress to realize a virtual museum, an underwater virtual museum. So today we have many matters about our activities, but today I'll speak about underwater itineraries in Sicily. Now by the slides, yes, step by step.
Do you see? Okay.
Do you see a slide?
Okay. Now we see your presentation, please.
Yes.
Non la vedono?
No, non lo so.
Sì, lo vediamo. Puoi partire, Floriana.
Puoi partire con la presentazione.
Ah, ok. Da qua? Okay. So this is the island, the Sicily. Around the coast, you see we have marked some small amphora on each underwater itineraries. At the moment, we carried out 23 itineraries in Sicily and the small island around the big island. Panarea, Filicudi in the Aeolian, Ustica, where we are at the moment, and San Vitolo Capo, Scopello, Aspra, Levanzo in the Egadian Islands, Pantelleria, at the south of the coast of the Sicily. You have Taormina, Acitrezza, Noto, Marzamemi, Capopassero, and others itineraries are in progress. What is an underwater itinerary? You see in this picture. As the 2001 UNESCO Convention decided, all the finds that Superintendents of the Sea found for protection and dissemination of the underwater culture, historical and biological interest, make don't give the possibility to divers to make a trip in the history and archaeology, visiting the find in their original position, and some floating labels marks some information. You know, this is the system. Explain. You know, I'm here reading the name of the emperor, the age, and the short information. The other divers following the itinerary, guided by dedicated plastic guides, waterproof guides, and you have here some more information. This is a floating label with our logo and the name of the itinerary. This is Cala Tramontana Pantelleria, and we specify that we have an amphora Greco-Italica 316 avant before Christ. Here I'm in Marzamemi, a relic of columns, and this is another evolution of our system. A system, an electronic system, is in computers, small computers, with computers, yes, that are collected by the floating labels with the microchips. When the diver approaches the label and the find, on the screen appears images, drawings, and some more information, and so is a good idea that makes more visiting. And drawings. This is drawing the Pantelleria with the webcam, because we provided this emotion to the non-divers, because the non-divers have loved this system, because in the web camera, available 24 hours a day all over the world, the virtual visit is interesting for people non-diver, that they can visit the site, take pictures, and move the video, the webcam, and have a different point of view of the life of the archaeological site. This is a real picture. Inside this tube, plexiglass tube, the webcam is carrying left to right, and is a very amazing and funny to make like a joke with the fishes, with the life on the bottom. And this is the first type. This is the second type. There's a webcam. You will see the webcam inside the dome, and the webcam is 360 degree, you have a complete panorama of the font. Okay. And we have we think about the non-diverse and the handicapped people too, because there's the diverse, blind or quasi-blind, and so we carried out an underwater itinerary for blind people. And each find is marked by a floating label in Braille language. That's funny picture about the plastic underwater guides. And this is the end of a project made 3 years ago, when the itineraries, cultural itineraries in Sicily are made new. And we are in progress too for make new possibility, new understand to all people, because the educational is important for us, and so we visit the schools. The pupils comes with us in the sea, and by the surface they look down where we are down to simulate an underwater field, and it was another interesting experience that for us is important to disseminate our knowledge and our and so it starts before they grow up. The little one, the children are very, very open to approach the history, the sea, and the archaeology. So I don't know if my time is complete or not. Anyway, I thank you for your attention, and I invite you to visit our website, where all works carried out by the Soprintendenza are shown with the pictures and text and some more information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Floriana, and thanks also to Valeria and Pietro that are with you in this presentation.
I apologize because here in Ustica it's so difficult have a connection, and we are in activity. Donc, I don't stay some more time because we come back to the boat and to the divers, and we follow in our work. So anyway, we thanks you, and I wish you a good continuation of works. Thank you.
Thanks to you. It has been very nice to be with you there in Ustica. That is a wonderful place, and to have this live connection with your field work. So thanks again. Maybe you could see the other presentation on the website of the conference, because all the presentations are registered and can be also listened later. So this is good for all the participants that cannot join and be present in all the presentations. So this is an opportunity that we have thanks to this remote conferencing system. So okay, now is the time for the question for all the speakers. I see that we have just one question on the chat from the participant. So please, if the participant to the conference, the attendees, want to give some questions to some of the presenters, they can write on the text, so on the chat. So we can forward the questions to our presenters. That I would like to thank you for the nice presentation and very interesting things they give. So the first question was for Fotini. There was a question about underwater tablet that you mentioned. What is the status? You mentioned it in the presentation. So do you have any information about if it will work this summer or how it will be used?
Sorry, could you repeat it?
For Fotini.
Sorry.
Sorry, Fabio, I didn't hear the question either. Could you repeat it, please?
Yes, sure. The question was about the underwater tablet. So I suppose that they would like to have more, let's say, detail about the use, if it is in place and so on, something like this.
I did not mention the underwater tablet along with the signs that were designed.
Yeah.
Yes.
As far as we know, the tablet is available to be used in the Peristera Rec, right? So we can say this to our colleagues that given the question. So I have another question for you that is more on your topic. So what about the maintenance of the signs? Did you also work on a plan for the maintenance and how it is?
The first signs that we put up were sort of a trial installation to see the whole design and also how it worked and how the visitors would interact with it. And also we had found the material that we wanted to use, which is an anti-fouling material based on silicon based, which is also used for in oil rigs, for the signage in oil rigs, and as we know in the industry, things about information and safety are very important. So they use this material. They have used it for quite a while, and even though we don't have it in our hands yet, I think it's the one that we're going to go with. And now we are designing the remodeling of the. It's going to be the same sign, only using a different material.
That's good. It will be very interesting to learn more about this, because we have seen also in Sicily the signs are often used, and the formation of the biofouling is always a problem because the maintenance cost, and so we need to find solutions for reducing the maintenance. So
I think the solutions are in the hardcore industry of the oil rigs. So we're going to try and use that and see how it goes. But it also has we're in contact with two companies, and they have also different colors that we can try and use at different depths. And the rest is going to be quite close to the ones that we have already designed. So maintenance will be limited in that way. It will only be, as I mentioned, we will take the signs out at the end of the touristic period and store them and wash them very lightly, but it will not have many problems of erosion on their surfaces.
That's good. Yeah, in general, more than the erosion is the biofouling. In Peristera, the depth is quite good, 30 meters, but in other cases where the depth is lower, the biofouling is very aggressive and grows very, very fast. But okay, thank you very much, Fotini. So I would like to put some question to Calliope about the NENIAS project. First of all, I don't know if you are aware, but do you know if what's the sustainable model of the NENIAS after the end of the project? Do you give the service still for free, or do you intend to create a business with these services? You know this, or I know you are a final user, so probably you're not aware. I don't know.
Well, it's under discussion, some of the services, because actually there are a lot. Here we presented the underwater services, but the NENIAS is also atmospheric and space. So actually they are 9 or 12 services altogether. That means that each of the companies, for example, cycling services, probably it's going to be a paying one. But as it is the EOSC, the European Open Science Cloud, is going to be negotiated for academic institutions, etc. Well, Joseph was the best to answer that, but it's a little bit too early. We're still discussing this plan.
I understand. It's clear that it's always an open question how to sustain this kind of projects after the end of the financing period. And what is your, let's say, your feeling about the friendliness of the services? Do you think they are really accessible to non-technical persons?
Yes, this is the idea. Is that all of us until now, for example, for let's say photogrammetry, we are using softwares that they are well known. But now this is a cloud-based and very friendly user service that even non-technical person can use without having any apparatus and any computer and any software. You just go to the cloud and in a very simple process that is automated. That means there is no personal involvement a lot. You have your 3D and 2D model. So this is going to solve a lot of technical problems for teams, for students, or for non-technical persons that they would like to have this kind of processed databases. So this is the advantage of this kind of, and actually it will be nice that now it's the beginning. It's only the first release, but in the second and the third release, we're going to give access to almost all of you to test them, to tell us how do you think, to have your validation or to have your comments on it. Because actually all of us, for example, are the end users for archaeology, but there is also geology and geomorphology, marine biology, and the services are parametered so that everybody and all different disciplines can profit from them.
Thank you, Claudio. It's very nice to hear that from you. That it seems that things are changing, not only from the technical perspective, that so that the software is going to be democratized, so for everybody. But it's also to hear from an archaeologist that these are becoming usable and user friendly enough to be used by the final stakeholders or the end users, in this case, that work on the field. This will make things easier in the future, probably.
Yes, it's about democratization, really. For this kind of,
Exactly. Thanks a lot again, Calliope. So, thanks again. Caterina, it has been a very interesting presentation that this pandemic, something good it's very small compared to the disaster as a whole, but it will be the opportunity to change the mind of the people. And we see that all impressive is the pressure, the human pressure on an MPA, small and delicate as they all are part. So the question is, there is any intent from the Marine Protected Area, the municipality, to continue after the end of the pandemics you mentioned? So what's the strategy to move it in this direction? And if you have in mind something to, let's say, to arise the awareness on the people that this is the best way to do it?
Well, now it's still a quite complicated situation because, as you know, in Italy, rules are constantly changing. So, related to social distancing and this kind of thing. So, the idea would be to increase the number of people that could enter. Of course, still keeping this sustainable approach, but the number 75 was, of course, due to the rule of 2 meters of distance from one person to another because of the COVID. So the idea would be to increase, but of course, to understand exactly how the plan will be for the future, we have to wait for the pandemic to end completely, because this year we will be able to increase to 100 person per slot time, so 200 people per day, but we still have to, we still have to face with the COVID rules. So we still have to respect certain rules due to the COVID and not really due to our decision. But it's true that, as you said, to some extent, it's something, even if it's small, good came after the pandemic, because, during the pandemic, everyone was saying we have to change our behavior and our mind perspective towards cultural institution, towards the environment. And so the idea is to keep doing it, basically, even after, but of course in a bit more open way, once that we won't have any more the COVID rules to deal with.
Thank you, Caterina.
Thank you to you.
Yeah. So now I would like to ask Alberto some questions. Just a quick question. Yeah, I was very impressed by the presentation because it was very interesting, systematic approach, let's say, to the exploration of the coastline in Malta. I think that Malta represents the state of the art in managing the maritime space with respect to underwater cultural heritage. That is a very important topic. So, do you have, can you say something about the plan for the future? Because we are looking at it to understand where are you going.
Well, basically, it's keep on going. That's our plan. Keep on going, following the same method that we have been following till now. We've got the chance of Malta being as small as it is. It's got a territorial waters that are easy to manage size-wise. So our plan is to keep on going until we'll see when we get there. We are almost halfway through, but that's our plan. Keep on going with the same method and getting better and adapting to the situation.
Mainly to go deeper and cover all the area. This is do you have plan to return on the same area for monitoring purposes?
We do both things at the same time. First of all, we have the project of surveying the territorial waters, which we keep on going no matter what, as we've got a budget for that, and we keep on going with that. But at the same time, whenever we find a specific wreck that is relevant, as I explained, we go on the documentation of the wreck. If excavation is needed or is relevant, we go ahead with it. So we do both things at the same time.
Okay, thank you, Roberto. There is another question from Kobe that I would like to send. Hello, Kobe. So this is a question for Calliope about the NENIAS project. I mean, it's a bit technical, but maybe you could answer. The site, so the platform, I suppose, will be open free for use different technology files like SEIDI for post-processing. Do you know?
Yes, actually, not all file extensions are supported for all services. It depends. It depends also of what you want to have as a product after. But actually, if you get now in the NENIAS services, there is an introduction, and all those services explain exactly which extensions they support and why. And the only thing that I have to say now is that everybody can enter and discover it. However, it's still the first release, so the services have not migrated to a bigger server, and there is a problem of space. For example, if you go now to download photomosaicing or bathymetric big database, this is not going to go so smoothly still. It's something that is going to be done in the second step, okay? So, but if you have any more questions or you need any help when you are trying and testing the services, we're here. And we're having also a wide support team that is going to help all end users to see their different needs. And we're also going to adapt to parameters and the needs of end users, especially from underwater archaeology.
Complete answer. I would like to thank all of you once again and all the attendees for being with us. And now there is a break. We consumed some time of the breaks, and we will get back at 1:30. So in, let's say, 40 minutes. But in the meantime, you can move also, you can stay with us on the Zoom network, the Zoom room that is for networking. You see it on the website. There is the networking lobby on the menu of the website. You can click on it. You will find a link for connecting with Zoom. I will be there with some of the presenters and who would like to be there. Okay, I think that Vicky, that is managing everything, is going also to put the link on the event chat. And okay, but it's easy that you can find it on the menu, networking lobby, open the instruction file and you will find the link. So really you see there in a few minutes. And again, the conference will be back at 1:30, so in 14 minutes. Thanks again, everybody, for attending.
Good afternoon, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you once again to the second session of today's conference, the second international conference Diving Blue Growth, organized under the auspices of the Hellenic Ministry of Culture and Sport, funded by Mid-Dry Dive project by COSME program, and also with the support of the Ministero della Cultura of Italy, the University of Calabria, and the rest of the partners, the region of Thessaly and the rest of the partners of Mid-Dry Dive project. Our session is titled The Promotion and Protection of Accessible Underwater Cultural Heritage Sites, and I would like to welcome our first speaker, Ms. Luciana Randazzo, who is going to speak to us about MATACO's project outcomes, innovative products, and electromechanical tools for supporting the restoration of underwater cultural heritage. Hello, Luciana, but before giving the microphone to you, I would like to make a short introduction of you to our audience. Luciana is a postdoc researcher in the Department of Biology, Ecology, and Earth Sciences of the University of Calabria. She graduated in Geological Science in 2004 at the University of Palermo, and in April 2009, she got Petrography and Petrology PhD in the University of Catania. The research activity of Dr. Luciana Randazzo has dealt mainly with topics in the field of applied mineralogy and petrography to cultural heritage. Her research concerns subjects focused on technical knowledge and conservation features of natural and artificial stone materials used in monuments, as well as archaeometric characterization of archaeological ceramics, production, and provenance. I just want to say that your field of work is very, very important to the underwater archaeology. So thanks again for coming and accepting the invitation, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Manglis, for introducing me. It's a very interesting topics, the research I made. Now I will introduce you the MATACO's project outcomes, innovative products and electromechanical tools for supporting the... Can you hear me? Yeah?
Yes, we can hear you, we can see you, and we can see also your transparencies.
Okay. For supporting the restoration of underwater CH. This study reports the results of this project, which was founded by the Italian Ministry of Economic Development and with the University of Calabria, and also two spin-off, namely Tech4C and Applicon, as partners of the project. The project concerns the development of innovative tools and methods for the protection of underwater cultural heritage, with particular regards to cleaning and consolidating procedures to be applied or carried out directly in situ. The project started in 2017 and lasted more or less 3 years until December 2020. And the main aims of this project were, first of all, the characterization of archaeological material and also the evaluation of the cave forms, the cleaning procedures by new tools suitable for the underwater environment, the consolidation of underwater structure by innovative mortars, and finally the monitoring of environmental parameters by in situ probes and tools. For the first task, the characterization of archaeological materials and the evaluation of decay forms was carried out at the Castrum Novum archaeological site, which was chosen as a pilot site for experimentation. In this regard, I would like to thank the archaeologist Flavio Enei, who is the director of the Civic Museum of Santa Marinella, for his availability and for his support. For supporting us during the sampling field campaign. And from the fish pond structure, which is in this position, we collected several mortars fragments and characterized them in order to obtain information about the used recipe for the formulation of the mortars. Such information will be useful for the restoration intervention and for the planning of maintenance protocols. This sample were subjected to a series of analyses, like, for example, stereo and optical microscopy, and after that by electron microprobe analysis. We can see from this image that some variability in the type of biocolonization was highlighted, even if the rate of coverage are mainly due to encrusting organisms like barnacles, serpulidae, bryozoans, mollusks, and algae. From the optical microscopy observation, we can see that mortar samples show as distinctive marker the presence of a volcanic aggregate composed mainly of trachyte fragments, rocks fragments, and also pumice and glassy scoria fragments with a variable relative abundance ratio that are predominating over all the other constituents. Also, sporadic constituents are pyroxenes. In the next slide, we have some example of representative image acquired by electron microprobe showing clinopyroxene crystals and the corresponding EDS spectrum, as well as glassy scoria, pumice fragments and corresponding EDS spectrum, and finally also lime lumps. This archaeometric study has provided interesting information on the mortars used in the archaeological site of Castrum Novum, with the identification of the main constituents of historic mortars, and also the identification of the various degradation processes they are concerned in. For what concerns the raw materials, they are rather homogeneous, not only in terms of compositional features, but also in terms of textural aspects, confirming the typical recipe used in Roman times to realize hydraulic mortars, starting from lime-based binder and adding pozzolanic materials as aggregates. For what concerns the deterioration processes, the mortar surfaces were colonized by different groups of encrusting organisms, with barnacles and tube worms apparently the most abundant. All this information were preparatory for the new product formulation developed in the work package number 3, with the aim to slow down the biological colonization. For what concerns the second work package, 3 different tools have been designed and manufactured by the partners Tech4C. First of all, a brush-based cleaning tool, a percussion-based cleaning system, and finally a tool for the injection of mortars during the consolidation. Regarding the cleaning system tool, a series of preliminary tests were carried out on various mortars specimens, and several parameters like, for example, engine RPM, the execution time, the pressure on the surface to be cleaned, the typology of bristle material were taken into account in order to assess the performance of this tool, both in terms of cleaning efficiency and also in terms of the damage effect caused by the bristle brush contact on the surface of the specimens. The second tool, the percussion-based cleaning system, has been developed as a part of a more complex tool for core sampling. Even in this case, a series of experimental tests, like for example the hardness test or the impact resistance test, have been conducted on different metal alloys to define the best material to manufacture the impact mechanism, which is capable of 2.6 joule of impact energy. Here we have some image of experimental test on concrete, but the tests were performed also on stone, like for example on marble. The third and the last tool designed was this injection tools that has been manufactured using the 3D printing technologies, and the maximum thrust of these tools is around 2025 kilograms. So different type of mortars with a wide range of density can be used. The third work package, the consolidation of underwater structures by innovative mortars, started from the information acquired during the previous work packages. And now the new formulation, the new mortars were formulated with the addition of three typologies of additives, in particular chitosan, a mixture of zinc oxide and magnesium oxide, and also the magnesium hydroxide. The formulated mortars were settled in both in laboratory. We can see the experimental tank filled with seawater, and also directly in situ. After fixed time of monitoring, in particular 3, 6, and 12 months, samples were collected and analyzed by means of scanning electron microscopy and also thermogravimetric analysis, in order to see the biological colonization on the mortar's surface. Here we have some images of mortars without anti-fouling additives, in which we can see different biological colonization, while in this image we can see the mortars with anti-fouling additives, in which a lower incidence of biological colonization was highlighted, and on the contrary, there were the development of new mineralogical phases. To further confirm the efficacy the efficiency of anti-fooling additives, we applied the image analysis procedures. Here we have an example on mortar's surface. After the transformation of the 8-bit image, the procedure of thresholding and the drawing, we obtained the covering area percentage of the mortar surface. And once again, the lower incidence was highlighted for mortars with anti-fouling additive in the formulation. Finally, the monitoring of environmental parameters by in situ probe and tools was performed and designed first in lab and environment, and after directly in situ. The main objective of this monitoring system is to provide indication on the state of biodeterioration of the archaeological artifacts after the cleaning procedure and after the application of mortars for consolidation. Through appropriate in situ image processing and environmental parameter acquisition, like for example pH, conductivity, dissolved oxygen, etc. The system integrates a remote device and a web server. The remote device consists of this probe, which acquired the parameters, and also a near-infrared camera with a particular cleaning method for the camera lens by UV light. The web server collects and the transmitted data from the remote device and make the information available for a consultation and post-processing, providing also information and alert on biofouling growth. Here we have some image of the algorithm used for the detection of the biofouling. And now I will show you the video. Vicky can start playing the video, please. Okay, I think it's finished. If you want to know more about the project and the result, please visit the website of the project where it's possible to find additional information, and also eventually contact the two spin-off companies for specific technical questions about the electromechanical tools. Thank you for your kind attention.
We thank you a lot, Luciana. I think it was a very good presentation. Please stay with us at the backstage, because at the end of the session, we are going to answer if there are any direct questions coming from the audience before moving to the network room again, to be like a coffee break conference with our colleagues. Okay, so I would like to pass to the second presentation of this session. The title is Protection and Promotion of Coastal Archaeological Sites with the Application of Soft Shore Protection Methods Against Erosion in the Context of Sustainable Environmental Protection of the Coastal Zone. The case of ancient Asopos, Plitra. And I think Fotini Vlachaki once again is here with us. Fotini, I'm not going to introduce you again because we have done this in the previous session, and I'm very happy that you're here with us, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I think it's continuing from what Luciana left it. Now I'm going to a bigger scale. So I will share my screen. Okay, can you see?
Yes, we can see you, listen to you, and see the slides.
Okay. This is a very big title and very frightening, so I will go to some basic things. So accessibility presupposes the continuous existence and preservation of the monuments and their monitoring and their protection. Also, protection of all monuments is interwoven with the protection of the environment they are found in. And in the case of coastal archaeological sites, that is often of higher importance due to the dynamic environment of the sea and the destructive mechanisms that are by nature applied on the coastal area. International attention to the matter. So far, UK, Ireland, Scotland, Netherlands, and the Baltic countries, USA, even from the 90s, have comprehended the risk of the natural environment possesses on coastal archaeological and historical sites, and with the engagement of the public, this is very important as well, have taken initiatives in the direction of an holistic management, which includes managing, adopting, and mitigating climate change. The risks posed by sea level rise to many coastal archaeological sites have driven a number of investigations and projects over the last decade. In the United Kingdom and France, for example, charity-driven initiatives have been implemented to investigate rising sea levels and their impacts on heritage sites. In Scotland, there is Scottish Coastal Archaeology and the Problem of Erosion, SCAPE. In England, it's the Rapid Coastal Zone Assessment Survey. In France, the ALERT, and in many other countries as well. Some facts about technical analysis measures from Greece. The causes of coastal erosion are, as we know, found in climate change in the frequency and intensity of winds, action, and high waves, increase in sea level, changes in the intensity and the frequency of rainfall, in human interventions, construction of coastal works, coastal material quarries, dam constructions, and intense urbanization, the coast of coastal areas, or in a combination of those factors. Now, in Greece, we have some facts here from the Erosion project, which was done in 2001, European project, and the environmental database of the Greek beaches. Our country very quickly is very long coast, has a very long coastline, and compared, if we see the table on the right-hand side. If we compare it to other European countries, it has the third most longer coastline, and 26% of that is eroded. The higher percentages of coastline erosion occur in Crete, which 65% of the total length of coastlines. In Western Macedonia, 45%. Central Greece, 39%. Thessaly, 36.7%. Epirus, 33.8%. And the Peloponnese, 26.3%. And these numbers are also not very close to reality, I would say, for Greece, because all these projects were done in certain areas that are of highest importance, like UNESCO heritage sites or very important natural sites. But the rest of Greece is also the problem is everywhere, and it has not been documented to the right extent. Coastal archaeological sites endangered in Greece, influenced by coastal erosion, include Delos, the coastal coast we see on the right here. Ancient Asopos, which is the site on the bottom, we will talk about that later, and Pavlopetri in the Laconic Gulf. In Crete, Amnisos, the Steromonesian building, and the sanctuary of Zeus, Thenata, which is on the left. No, yes, it's on the right hand here. Kyllini, the Gulf of Ness, and Metochi, the prehistoric settlement, and many, many more. Now, the coastal archaeological site of ancient Asopos in the modern settlement of Plitra. This is a case study undertaken by the speaker, by me, 20 years ago, actually, as a postgraduate thesis under the National Technical University Protection of Monuments and Sites program, postgraduate program. Is succinctly presented here as an example of an analytic management of a threatened by erosion coastal archaeological site, and which is partly also submerged. The coastal and underwater archaeological site of ancient Asopos, the modern Plitra in the Peloponnese, still retains important structures dating from the Hellenistic to early Byzantine period, even though it has undergone documented destruction through the last 60 years due to coastal erosion. And I'm saying 60 years because we have a oceanic survey by Fleming in the 1960s there. Erosion was already going on, and now we are in 2020. Nothing has ever been done there. The existence of two inscriptions from Plitra that refer to Gaius Julius Hierocles, the most important political figure in Laconia during the reign of Augustus. The fact that the town of Asopos minted its own coins, as well as the evidence that it was a major center on the imperial Roman network, Roman road network, point to the fact that Asopos was one of the most important towns of Cape Maleas during Roman times, with relative autonomy and administration by indigenous bodies. The town maintained its prominence at least until the early years of the Byzantine Empire, according to contemporary sources and the architectural remnants in the area. The destruction of the town of Vasopos by a strong earthquake, possibly in 375 AD, did not result in the immediate abandonment of the town by its inhabitants, since there are accounts of a bishopric of Vasopos until 450 AD, which during the last Byzantine years came under the Cathedral of Monevasia. The case study was organized in two different sections. Section 1 contains survey and data collection and interpretation of the results. Collection of historical data and facts about present settlements in the near area. Collection of archaeological data from archaeological research in the area. Collection of geological and oceanographic data and results from former oceanographic research in the area. Here we see the survey that was done by Fleming in 1973, was published, and on the right we have the tectonic movement of the whole of Peloponnese, and as well as in the Laconic Gulf, where we see that the faults are very close to the area we are talking about. Plitra is here. I don't know if you can see my cursor. Geometric, photographic, and state of preservation documentation of the coastal and underwater remnants was done. Excuse me. Distinction of different areas and points of special interest. Classification of structural elements according to different building materials. State of preservation, location with regards to their proximity to the destructive mechanisms of erosion. Here we see one of those points of interest. They were cataloged in as a site, each of those points of interest, and it was geometric documentation and details of all the materials involved and their state of preservation. This is a Roman bath, and we can see the way it is in 2001, and later I will show you some more pictures from the present. General results on the pathology of structural elements and whole buildings or structures. Also collection of oceanographic data about the coastal environment, sea level rise, shallow coast, geological elements, and possible destructive mechanisms in action. This was done with the help of Professor Goudas from the University of Patras. Here you can see the with the colors the difference in the erosion over the years from 1945 to 2001, and on the right are the axes on which measurements were taken all along the coast in order to record the effects of the breakwater transformation on the shoreline. And this is one of the points of interest on the left. As we can see, it's right on the water being destructed continuously. The proposal for the sustainable management of the site included first and foremost, planning for the protection of the site from further destruction. And we will come back to that. That's why it's highlighted in red. First aid measures and structural elements to structural elements at risk, restoration and fixing according to an architectural conservation proposal, and specific needs of different structural elements after necessary cleaning and test excavation trenches with an interdisciplinary approach to all stages of restoration. Promotion and exploitation of the site, making it accessible to the public. Visitors, trails along the coast and snorkeling routes of the underwater ecological sites were designed. The design of rest areas at the most significant parts of the ecological site with informational signage that can also aim in their construction of the total area that the now submerged city occupied. Buoys in the water would mark recorded buildings underwater that the visitors on land could identify on the documented city plan of the informational signs. Also, I would add 20 years
Fotini, I don't know if you can hear me.
after that.
Okay, just repeat your last sentence only because we had a small interruption probably of the internet.
I was suggesting that this case study was done 20 years ago, and now the ways to promote and reconstruct the area for the visitor would be by using a lot of technology in virtual reality and iPads and informational centers. But also in this study, there were signs placed in several specific points of the trail, the visitor's trail, that would allow the visitor to see through these signs and point to the buoys in the water and understand. And after the whole site would be documented in detail, information could be given to the visitor, so someone could understand the vastness of this area, which is a very big area, but no one can understand it because it's underwater, most of it. This is an installation of a rest and viewing area on stop number 7, which is a Hellenistic large-scale public building of ancient Asopos. Informational signage aims in the reconstruction of the total area of the submerged city, buoys in the water mark recorded buildings underwater that the visitors on land can identify on the documented city plan on the informational sign. Signage as important parts of the ecological site, both on land and underwater. Creation of an information, also the proposal involved the creation of an information center in the modern settlement of Plitra, with 3D representations of the submerged city, the exhibition of copies of distinctive archaeological finds of the area as coins and inscriptions, the recreation maybe of the Roman tiled floor on the eastern side of the peninsula, which is probably a villa, the workshops maybe recreating everyday life in the Roman settlement, and the workshops that used to exist in those times. Creation of a web page dedicated to the archaeological site and the circumstances under which a large part of it is now found underwater, because this is also a very interesting geological phenomenon other than the ecological and site. Exploitation of other sites in the nearby area that are linked to the history of the city of Asopos is very important role during the Roman times, such as the ancient quarry, which is found very close to the coastal part of the city, and also the carved tracks of the Roman road network found on nearby hills with a clear direction towards the submerged city. The engagement of the local community in the monitoring and promotion of the site. Now, the proposal of the sustainable management of the site, first and foremost, refers to the protection of the site from further destruction, which is an issue that needs to be addressed through an interdisciplinary approach. The protection of coastal ecological sites cannot be seen separately from the protection of the actual coastal environment that hosts them. We could even say that restoration work undertaken on coastal remnants is futile if not combined with the mitigation of the mechanisms that have caused the problem. Generally, the problem of erosion is technically addressed through coastal engineering by reducing the causes that exacerbate climate change and offer stabilization, if not restoration, to the shoreline. In this direction, there is the choice of hard and invasive methods with the use of concrete or natural boulders, and the soft invasive methods that use environmentally friendly techniques to protect property and the natural environment from shoreline or erosion. The main objective of soft shoreline the main objective of soft shoreline stabilization is to achieve a balance between the need for protection against erosion while maintaining and enhancing shoreline functions. This principle is close to the principles of the protection and restoration of monuments of the Venice Charter, and also those of the Annex UNESCO for the good practices, and therefore soft shoreline protection and stabilization was suggested in this case study as a method of generally addressing the problem of erosion in coastal ecological sites with the minimum possible intervention on the environment of the monument. The advantages of soft shoreline stabilization over typical hard stabilization structures are maintaining natural shoreline dynamics and healthy sand movement across a coastal cell, trapping sand to rebuild eroded shorelines or maintain current shoreline form, providing or enhancing important shoreline habitat, reducing wave energy impacts at seaward or seaward of the shoreline, absorbing storm, surge, and flood waters, filtering nutrients and other pollutants from the water, maintaining beach and intertidal areas that offer public access opportunities for wading, fishing, and walking, reducing the costs of stabilization from bulkheads, rip, and other structural approaches, creating a carbon sink and thereby helping mitigate climate change. While there are many benefits associated with soft shoreline protection, it is not appropriate for all geomorphic environments, and the drawbacks include not being appropriate for high energy environments, not being as effective where much of the shoreline is already hardened, being more difficult to design and install than more traditional hard structural approaches, having limited information available on the effectiveness of soft shoreline protection for different types of shorelines, energy regimes, and storm conditions. Soft stabilization methods are highly dependent on local environments. Additional planning for those methods may be required because differences in coastal geomorphology, physical processes, governing sediment transport. In the case study of Asopos architectural site, the method adopted has been already applied by the University of Patras in several coastlines facing severe problems of erosion in Greece, as well as by other coastal engineering experts in several countries. The concept is to, for the design of the implementation, research should involve several oceanographic data from the area, like prevailing winds, wave and hydrodynamic model of the microenvironment of the coastline, sediment transport and morphology. But in the context of this case study, the morphology of the coastline was documented in detail, as I said earlier, and we can see here in the plans. And in collaboration with
you should try to complete your presentation.
Yes.
Because we are over the time.
I'm finishing. Yes. So the concept here is to use the soft shoreline protection methods on an archaeological site, because we need to protect the site from erosion, but we cannot build or make big construct big harbor installations to do that. And I was going to say that in these are some examples of the soft shore stabilization. The left one is in Xilocastro. The other ones are in Lacopetra. And the concept of the concern, international concern over this, I would like to say that over climate change led to the instigation of the Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development 2021-2030, a program under UNESCO. From the early stages of this program, scientists from the field of humanities and underwater ecology pointed to the fact that that there's no distinction between natural and cultural heritage. And in the context of this first meeting, the Ocean Decade Heritage Network was also formed, and the Ocean Decade Heritage Network main objectives are to seize the opportunity to ensure that a wider and more nuanced understanding of marine sciences can be defined and applied to the Decades Initiative, and to ensure marine archaeological research and underwater cultural heritage management is solidly integrated into the wider ocean science agenda. All these points out to the interdisciplinary and holistic approach of the coastal archaeological and historical sites is the only way we can proceed as scientists and stakeholders researching and managing underwater cultural heritage if we want the archaeological sites to continue to be accessible now and in the future by physical presence and not only virtually. Also, the engagement of the local and diving communities in documenting and monitoring of the coastal archaeological sites is fundamental for the proliferation of awareness towards a sustainable cultural and natural environment. Thank you. Sorry for the delay.
Thank you very much, Fotini. It was very interesting. Also the technical part, because usually we do not hear the details behind how we can protect for climate change and sea erosion. So it was still very interesting.
It was very rough, but anyway.
So I'm going to move to our next speaker, Helen Margareta Bardas, And Helen is going to speak to us concerning creating a practical tool for monitoring the preservation state of ancient shipwrecks. I would like also to present to the audience Helen. Helen has studied conservation of antiquities and works of art at the Technological Educational Institute of Athens, specializing in conservation of marine artifacts. She worked as an intern for the effort of underwater antiquities in Athens and the Marie Rose Trust in Portsmouth. Throughout her studies, she had the opportunity to participate as a conservator diver in numerous underwater archaeological projects in Greece and abroad. An important milestone was the Furni Underwater Survey, where she became one of the founding members of the Corsair Institute of Historical and Archaeological Research. During this time, she gained experience in lifting techniques, first-aid intervention, and in situ conservation of underwater archaeological finds. She is currently attaining a Master of Science in Conservation of Cultural Heritage at the University of West Attica, whilst working as a contact conservator diver for the effort of underwater antiquities in Greece. Helen, thank you very much for being with us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Angela, for introducing me. Can you hear me?
Everything is perfect. You can continue.
Great. That's great. Hello, everyone. I'll be presenting a practical tool for monitoring the preservation state of ancient shipwrecks. So over the last few years, the effort of underwater antiquities, with the aid of the BlueMed and Andicat programs, has chosen shipwrecks from the Greek islands of Alonissos, Furni, Leros, and the Western Pagasetic Gulf, and is carrying out preliminary work with the aim to make them accessible to recreational divers. 2020 was the first year that the Peristera shipwreck in the island of Alonissos was open for the public to visit in a pilot program by the effort of underwater antiquities and collaborators. A number of measures were taken to ensure the safety and protection of the site by training diving instructors to guide divers, restricting the number of visitors in each dive, while also monitoring each dive via state-of-the-art underwater and field camera system by Vasilis Medogenis and Georgios Papalabru. Even though all these measures are important, the question is whether they're enough. As yet, the documentation of shipwrecks with ceramic cargo is mainly based on the archaeological point of view. There is no common applied way to monitor the preservation state and possible degradation of such shipwrecks from the conservator's point of view. Shipwrecks in the Greek archaeological law are treated as an immovable monument. Practically, though, an ancient shipwreck consists of hundreds of thousands of movable objects, which make up its total. Deterioration of individual objects have an impact on the whole. So apart from natural causes, what are the potential dangers which could be caused by human intervention during a visit to an ancient shipwreck? Mechanical strain, fragmentation, cracking, total destruction of the object. As a diver, controlling one's buoyancy is unfortunately not to be taken for granted. Clumsy, unintended moves may cause irreversible damages to the objects. Unintended moving of objects. Also not to be taken for granted is the awareness of space. Clumsy movements may result in unintended moving of objects. This danger increases as the distance from the objects decreases. Looting, removal of objects. By opening an AUAS, their location is made known and become a target for wishful looters. We have seen this happen, especially in not well-surveilled sites. In a well-monitored site, we consider most possible the first two factors, though we cannot exclude the third, as antiquities have been stolen even from inside museums. Small, even insignificant damages caused by human activity in the long term and working cumulatively could degrade the total image of the shipwreck. These were some of the reasons that shipwrecks with ceramic cargo were enclosed in cages, thus restricting immediate access to divers. So in order to monitor these dangers, it is necessary to precisely document the shipwreck's current preservation state so as to be compared with a future one. Documentation techniques such as drawings, photographs, photomosaics, and 3D models are used. These have been applied in Greece in shipwrecks of the South Euboean Gulf, Alonissos, Chios, Pagasetic Gulf, Rhodes, and other places. All the above document the condition in which the wreck was found and also provide information regarding its preservation state. However, this is done from an archaeological point of view. By working in the field, we found that they do not provide all the information necessary for the long-term conservation monitoring of possible degradation. Objects with cracks and fractures that are visible to the naked eye are rarely distinguished, even when zooming in, especially if they're covered by seagrass, algae, or incrustations. Finally, whether objects are or are not easily removable is often difficult to assess. On the other hand, in the fully underwater archaeological research, the in-situ documentation of the preservation state of the finds in a condition report has been systematized, but it only addresses to finds that are to be lifted. Finally, a special mention ought to be made to the work of Massimiliano Setzi in the Mazotos shipwreck in Cyprus. By combining all the records that have emerged from a well-organized excavation and examining them, together with the biological remains, he was able to detect, among other things, movements of objects due to natural displacement or as a consequence of fieldwork activity. So having the above in mind, we aim to create a practical tool to document in detail the preservation state of the finds that consist of shipwreck, to collect data which will offer information regarding the condition of the shipwreck, to keep track and long-term monitor possible changes, deterioration, or damage, and of course keep it simple and practical in order to be systematically applied by conservators. So initially we wanted to categorize the condition of the objects of the ceramic cargo. An important factor is the existence of incrustations. So incrustations are a formation, are a formation of a biogenic origin. Many marine organisms with a calcareous structure attach to a stable substrate and remain in the same place after their death. These accumulate in time and form a biogenic rock. In the ceramic cargo of the wrecked ships, often take the role of a rigid substrate in order for the above procedure to take place. In the long term, this results in loose individual objects to adhere to each other and create a cluster. The degree of incrustation has a direct reflection on the intensity of the potential dangers we mentioned in the beginning. Specifically, an object which is part of a cluster has a very low risk of it being moved. Also, the risk of breakage is reduced as the incrustations often act as a protective shield to the object from possible impacts. It also acts as an obstacle in case of looting, as the detachment procedures require special knowledge and time. By categorizing the degree of incrustation of the objects, at the same time, their exposure to possible dangers is also categorized. So I continue by presenting you the idea behind this tool, which starts by initially producing an orthophotomosaic image of the shipwreck and using it as a digital record of the current preservation state. Using a computer-aided design software, in our case, AutoCAD by Autodesk, the shipwreck is divided digitally into equal sectors and each object is outlined. Each find is then filled with a color which corresponds to one of the following categories. Green are the concreted ones, which cannot be moved. Yellow, the semi-concreted ones, can be moved with minor intervention. Red are the loose ones, which can easily be moved. And gray are the relocated, which are not in their original position. After gathering this general data, we continue to document the preservation state of each find individually by filling in a condition report for each object in every sector. Here's an example of the form. Excuse me, a sip of water. Now, underwater, the shipwreck is divided into the predetermined sections by creating a temporary grid with ropes and weights, mainly to facilitate the diver and the documentation process. Before that, I would say that each section of the photomosaic of the shipwreck is printed in A3 size and laminated for underwater use. Also, on semi-transparent waterproof paper, the digital design of the outlined objects is printed in black and white and on a scale to match each section. The two sheets of each sector's overlap can be attached to a board and transported underwater. So the most efficient system to gather the information is for one diver to determine if each object was concreted, semi-concreted, or loose, and for the other to direct and document on the board. Thus, two diving couples can operate simultaneously in two or more sections in one dive. As for the communication, one of the divers, in terms of passing on the information non-verbally, the diver who assesses the situation points to the other who documents on the board the number 1, 2, or 3 with his or her fingers. At the same time, the diver who documents on the board corrects any errors in the design by drawing the correct outlines of the object with a pencil. Passing on to the next part of the more detailed documentations, the diver number and temporarily labels each object on the surface layer of the sector they'll be working on. The conservator then proceeds to complete the condition report, which I previously mentioned, for each object by documenting micro damages and photographing them. After the end of each dive, the information is transferred digitally and corrections to the drawing are made in places where the outlines of the objects are not easily distinguished in the photo mosaic. Now I'll carry on showing you some examples of ancient shipwrecks where we applied this system. Well, most of you must be familiar with the Peristera shipwreck in the island of Alonissos, the first AUAS which opened to the visitors last year. This 5th century shipwreck lies at a depth of 22 to 30 meters. It consists of well-preserved amphora, types Mendis and Peparithos, in an area of 25 to 12 meters by 12 meters, forming the shape of a ship. The upper layer, as you see, is disturbed, but underneath it still preserves another 3 rows of amphora. The photomosaic we used was created by Matteo Collina in 2018 during the BlueMed program. We separated the ship into 6 sections and named them A, B, C, D, E, and F. We then continued drawing the outlines of each amphora. We were able to distinguish in AutoCAD before printing out the sections in A3 size and taking them underwater. After gathering the data regarding the condition, here are the final drawings. The concreted ones are in green, the semi-concreted in yellow, the loose ones in red, and the final drawing with all conditions. We then chose Sector F to make the more detailed documentation. 48 amphora were temporarily labeled and recorded in the condition report. Now Furni. Shipwreck number 4 consists of amphora type Benghazi late Roman 13, which dates the shipwreck from the 6th to 8th century AD. The photomosaic used was created by Kotaro Yamafude during the Furni Underwater Archaeological Survey. The shipwreck consists of 2 elongated concentrations of encrusted amphora, which extend parallel to each other and parallel to the shore, the first at a depth of 9 to 13 meters and the second at the depth of 15 to 17 meters, on a seabed of rocky substrate surrounded by sand sockets. In addition to the 2 main concentrations, there is a large dispersion of peripheral finds. The amphora are firmly encrusted together and to the seabed. Although intact amphora were not found in the visible surface layer, a large number of them preserve their profile to a satisfactory amount, making their documentation easier. The cargo of this shipwreck consists of Samian, Clazomanian, and Lesbos types of amphora, which date the shipwreck to the 6th century BC. The photomosaic we used was also created by Kotaro Yamafude. This shipwreck lies at a depth of 33 to 38 meters, which made the documentation challenging. It consists of a main cluster of intact and broken amphora, which are cemented to the rock. The scatter is small, and apart from some exceptions, there aren't any loose finds around, and gives the impression that part of the cargo has been looted. The rest of the cargo is preserved in situ, most likely because its strong incrustation prevented them from being stolen. So, this kind of mapping of shipwrecks, as you saw in the drawings, shows areas more sensitive than others. Color coding makes it easy for the user to quickly understand and comprehensively assess the wreck's preservation state. The combination of drawings and condition reports allows the inspection to be carried out by conservators who had no previous contact with the wreck. Areas that are in most need are also categorized for future conservation monitoring, setting in this way priorities. The condition reports form a database regarding the current preservation state of objects. By numbering the respective amphora and creating its corresponding condition report, it acquires an identity. Without it, it's not possible to determine whether the damage to an object has occurred after the beginning of the visits. The results of the conservation monitoring can show us the viability or not of a shipwreck in the long run and indicate possible changes that need to be made in the way and conditions of the visit. This can also help plan underwater routes by allowing or limiting the proximity of divers to the respective areas. It goes without saying that the monitoring should be carried out by diving conservators, as their perspective is focused on the pathology of the objects. our experience has also shown that direct visual observation produces different results than just observing a photograph or a photomosaic. This tool can also be applied to other shipwrecks of a similar kind. The cargo has to ideally consist of intact or almost intact objects in order for them to be individually assessed. It applies easier to shipwrecks lying on a rocky seabed, which facilitates the incrustations process, but does not apply to ceramic cargoes located on sandy bottoms with intense sediment movement that periodically covers and uncovers the site. Although this work presented is preliminary, the above way of documenting the shipwreck's conservation state is innovative and can be a prototype, as it successfully responded to the need to find a functional and reliable tool for systematic and long-term monitoring of changes and possible degradation of ancient shipwreck. This need becomes more urgent with the opening of the AUAS to the public. So we had the opportunity during the BlueMed program to make pilot use of underwater tablets for touristic purposes. In addition to the touristic benefits offered by the underwater tablet, it can be a useful device for conservation monitoring a wreck. By transferring the drawings to the tablet and making it interactive, the conservator diver can document the changes he observes and be able to view the condition report of the amphora he selects from a built-in database. At the same time, he can photograph the changes observed and add them to the file of the respective amphora. Of course, the implementation of the above must clearly be done with the cooperation of experts. To conclude, we hope for a future collaboration with specialists who can actualize this practical tool of long-term conservation monitoring, taking underwater documentation to the next level. Finally, I would like to thank Dr. Pari Kalamara and Dr. Joe Skoutouflakis for the Health Trust, Eliana Koliva for technical support with the design software and drawings, all our colleagues who help with the collection of the data in the field, and of course, all of you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Helen. The presentation was really interesting, and I would like to remind all of the speakers that at the end of the session, we're going to give some answers. First of all, here, if there are any questions coming from the more than 100 participants that are watching us live. So I would also ask these 100 people to put some questions for the speakers.
Please ask questions.
And then we're going to move to during the break to the networking Zoom room in order to have a chat between ourselves in a more informal, and between, the participants in a more informal way. So thank you very much, Helen.
Thank you very much.
Now, I would like to ask Massimo Capulli to be with us. Massimo is going to present the Caorle 1 shipwreck from the 1st century BC. The title of the presentation continues by the ongoing project for a remote protection of the site. Massimo, you are on, but we cannot see you. You must open your camera, maybe. Now, we can see also your slides, but give me a moment to introduce you. Dr. Massimo Capulli is assistant professor at the University of Udine, Italy, where he teaches research metrology and underwater and nautical archaeology. The first one for bachelor, the second one at the master level, and he is a research associate of the Institute of Nautical Archaeology in the USA. His main interests are the history of wood and shipbuilding technology and navigation in inner bodies of water. He is currently coordinator of the Anaxium project to study of the history and the archaeological landscape of River Stella, northern Italy, in a joint venture with Texas A&M University and the Caucana project to study the underwater archaeological sites of the area of the ancient Caucana, if I'm saying it right, and Camarina, to reconstruct the relation between these coastal sites and this part of Mediterranean, in partnership with Superintendenza del Mare of Sicily. Massimo, we cannot still, now we see you. Excellent.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone, and thanks to the conference organizers for this opportunity. Our presentation is intended to provide an update on the video surveillance project of the Roman era shipwreck known in literature as a Caorle 1, which was part of the presentation of the first conference before this bad COVID area. In addition to myself, the research team of this project is formed by Alessandro Asta, of the Ministry of Culture, Stefano Furlani, the University of Trieste, and Mirko Loghi of the University Udine. Dr. Asta and me are archaeology. Furlani is a marine geologist. Mirko Loghi is an engineer. The Caorle 1 shipwreck, discovered in 1992, is located in the upper Adriatic Sea at about 28 meters under the sea level and at 12 nautical miles from the coast of Bibione. So, from the legal point of view, it's therefore at the limit of the territorial waters. The Adriatic Sea is an epicontinental sea that separates the Italian peninsula from the Dinaric area. This part of the Adriatic Sea is made from marine and continental quaternary deposit from a few hundred to some thousands of meters of thickness. The present-day Adriatic Sea floor consists primarily of units of the former floodplain with the lagoonal, paralich, and transgressive barrier complex deposit. The geological map of the Italian seas shows continental deposit, constituting mainly of over-consolidated grayish yellow clays, containing typical continental faunas. Pet sandy body of a predominantly fine grain size with varying degrees of sorting are also present. Floodplain environment with the river channel and marshes are represented in this unit. The analysis of the bathymetric data reveals that the depth of the seabed surrounding the shipwreck ranges from 27 to 26 meters. The bathymetric data show the presence of planar seabed without any topographic feature. Sedimenticological analysis by laser diaphragmatic performed in the sedimentology laboratory of the Department of Mathematics and Geoscience of the University of Trieste showed the sample to be a silty sand, about 75% of sand, 16% of silt, and 8% of clay. The cargo is contained inside a very hard concretion that is 22 meters long and 7 meters wide, and rises from the surrounding flat sea bottom to height of 3 meters. So it seems a kind of small hill in the Adriatic seabed. The trap was laid to protect the shipwreck from fishing nets are clearly visible in this image. Analysis of some concretion samples collected at the site revealed the presence of an articulated biogenic structure. The latter has a solid body of which organisms can develop enclosing organisms that with their calcareous shell or skeleton grow on each other, encompassing other shells and sediment, thus giving rise to overlapping biostructures. Samples collected show the presence of green algae growing on cemented surface of calcium carbonate. These suggest that there is a sufficient light and transparency to allow these algae to grow. The wreck belongs to a Oneraria ship of the late Republican age. On the basis of the ecological characteristics of two amphoras recovered, it can be dated between the end of the 2nd and the 1st century BC. Particularly, the type of this amphora can be considered a transition one to collocate between the standard Greco-Italican type and the Lamboya II type. At the time of discovery, the shipwreck apparently intact, but with a small gash caused by the tools used for troweling. The Minister of Culture then decided to set up a first system of mechanical protection by the tetrapods, geotextile, electro-welder mesh, and steel cables. Unfortunately, during our site inspection, in collaboration with the force, with police, more or less one per year, we have seen that this type of protection has not been sufficient to discourage the action of treasure hunters, despite the considerable distance of the site from the coast and the relative technical operation difficulties in diving. Therefore, a new archaeological season was therefore necessary. Between the 2005 and 2006, with the aim of quantifying the damage product and before filling the fracture with the sandbag, a limited excavation trench was dug, but we didn't arrive to the hull. However, the particular nature and condition of the site suggests to search for a different solution in order to protect it. The choice taken was to use a video surveillance system. This has meant the development of a feasibility study for the video recording both and surface and underwater. The whole system will consist of two components: the remote system, which is located near the shipwreck, and the control system placed on the mainland. The remote system will be located on a buoy or beacon. It will take charge of monitoring the surrounding environment to detect possible dangers for the shipwreck. Data on the environment will be acquired using some surface camera dedicated to surveillance. Some other cameras will place underwater to collect images and video of the shipwreck and also provide a remote public feature. All the images will be transmitted to the control system. This inspects the images and detects anomalous situation as a boat approaching the remote system and eventually send alerts. The communication between the remote and the control system is currently under development. A direct communication has been attempted, but seems not viable. For direct communication, we need something based on Wi-Fi connector or mobile data connection as 3G or 4G and so on. Both of those solutions require a direct sight between the two systems that can be problematic for the position of the shipwreck. Also, satellite connection has been tested and seems the most adequate in this current setup. We are considering two possible solutions, one based on a motorized antenna that will find the correct pointing to the satellite, and another based on a fixed antenna. In the first case, the optimal pointing will guarantee a very good transmission channel, but the motor included in the antenna will require a large share of the available energy. On the contrary, a fixed antenna will require much less energy, but the accuracy of the point may change over time, reducing the quality of the channel and hence the speed of communication. The remote system will be placed on a buoy or beacon near the shipwreck. The buoy is a low-cost solution, but suffers a large rolling and pitching. This can impact the pointing of the antenna and as a consequence, the quality of the communication. We are still evaluating this solution, but our preliminary results indicate that it could not be adequate. The beacon we are considering an elastic. It consists of a heavy concrete sinker that will fix in the position of the structure. The beacon will be fixed on a metallic pole that will connect to the sinker. The connection, however, will not be rigid, but will be implemented through some elastic joints. Finally, to ensure a vertical orientation, a submerged floater will be fixed on the pole. The beacon solution should provide a limited movement, hence should ensure a good quality of pointing from the antenna, even if it's not motorized. The data acquisition of the remote system is centered on cameras. We are oriented on using two cameras for surveillance, fisheye camera and directional camera. The fisheye will provide quick evaluation of the environment, while the directional camera will be directed toward the most important direction and will provide higher resolution data. The relevant direction will, of course, change over time. Hence, it's mandatory that the directional camera will be equipped with a pointing system. The whole management of remote system will be delegated to the programmable system. Such a programmable system will be connected to the camera and will send the image to the mainland. Also, it will receive a command from the control system to regulate its state. The control system will be placed on the mainland and will not suffer of the limited energy budget or limited performance available to a remote system. The control system will provide the storage for all data received from the remote system and will elaborate images to detect alarming situation. It also will send command to remote system regulating its operating mode from starter to alarmed and vice versa. If the underwater museum will be implemented, the control system will also in charge to provide a gateway for access to the stored image. The funds requested by the Superintendent's Office for Design and Construction of the plant here not be able until the late of 2019. Within the limits of the COVID operation in the fall of 2020, we were able to carry out a series of preliminary environment verification. Now, the final design of the facility is beginning completed, which will be followed by the installation of the elastic beacon. The project aims, moreover, to increase the number of the possible user of underwater cultural heritage. The development of the remote video control system contributes to a more effective protection action, giving at the same time the possibility for all to observe live image for a submerged site. So the Carle 1 shipwreck will be a part of the Archaeological Museum of Carle as soon as underwater camera will be available on the site. Obviously, once it is in use and tested for a long time, it will be a product that can be used on other sites and more easily if they are not so far from the coast. For only technical question, I can only take a note because I am just an archaeologist. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Massimo, for this very nice presentation, which gave me a lot of ideas of how to solve similar problems that we are facing also here in Greece. And I believe that the next presentation that we are going to hear from Vasilis Medogiannis is going to be very, very relevant and the continuation of your presentation. So please stay with us in the backstage in order to be able to answer any questions that we are going to have. Thank you again.
Thank you.
I would like to introduce to you and invite Vasilis Medogiannis. Good afternoon, Vasili. To present us NUS, which is an undersea vision surveillance system at the sea wreck of Peristera at Alonissos. Let me make a quick introduction of Vasilis Medogiannis, who is born in Athens in 1973, studied mechanical engineering at the Technological Education Institution of Athens, and since 2005 he is a technical director of UFR team, specialized as a commercial diver in underwater services and documentation, covering a wide range of projects from marine construction industry to maritime cultural heritage. Among his main interests is the direction of historical and archaeological documentaries, some of which are awarded in international film festivals, as well as the writing and publishing of scientific articles connected to cultural heritage surveys and marine life. He is one of the co-founders of the Corsair Archaeological Institute, founder of Hippocamphus Marine Institute, and one of the designers of the Undersea Vision Surveillance System, NUS. He lives in Athens, he is married, and he has 2 children. Vasily, I'm very glad that you are here with us in the second international conference, Diving Blue Growth, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Angele. Thank you very much. So I'll start immediately. I'll try to very fast and to introduce you the system. That is okay. First, the request, the idea for a system, the methodology for the protection of underwater antiquities appeared many years ago. This one of the main reasons why ancient shipwrecks, at least at Greece, were forbidden to the public and especially for recreational diving. About 3 years ago, a committee for the development of underwater ancient museums from the Ministry of Culture asked from us if there are any ideas for such a system. We started imagining a lot of things. First, we test sound to make soundings, like the image we get from the side scan sonars or multi-beams or other sounding instruments. And then we use acoustics. We place a fiber optic cable to use it as a large-scale microphone. We thought also about the temperature, the difference of the water column, and any other thermal solutions. Then we came to pattern recognition and image processing. This is the idea behind self-driving cars. We start from scratch to design a system that uses artificial intelligence, which always looks at the area of interest for changes. In our case, Peristeras shipwreck. We present our idea to Mrs. Pariga Lamara, the director of the FRA. She approved the concept and we started. Since September of 2019, really we haven't stopped working on the system, which was named Undersea Vision Surveillance System, NUS in short. NUS means mind and intelligence in Greek. It's a prototype, innovative system that can monitor continuously 24 hours, 7 days per week, an underwater area of interest in combining artificial intelligence for marine and diving industry, eliminating the need for a human operator to perform tasks like object detection, image classification, monitoring, etc. Since its conception, NUS was designed to be a fully autonomous system in operation, a self-powered system that provides real-time video streaming from undersea cameras and run machine learning algorithms for pattern recognition and video stream. The monitoring system consists of an underwater network of color wide field cameras. An underwater hub at the role of a node allows the development of the network and the supply of electrical power, which is transmitted from shore. Each camera is enclosed in a purpose-built underwater housing together with its multitasking computing unit with lens sweeper and motor, as well as monitoring electronics. Electrical power supply comes from a solar power station equipped with photovoltaic panels, batteries, and power electronics customized to meet requirements of subsystems. On site, information acquisition will be enhanced with a weather station and a remotely controlled 360 degrees camera for sea surface and land monitoring. The data will transfer from the underwater network to land via a fiber optic cable and then through an RF link to internet to a dedicated server. GSM and satellite connections can be used as backup connections. It is equipped with image processing and artificial intelligence capabilities in order to distinguish, classify, associate, and perceive patterns in measurable parameters that take place and are considered of interest with the area of the shipwreck. State-of-the-art methods are used for the customization training of networks with local data and their preparation for real-time operation. The construction of the underwater optical monitoring system at the Peristeras Island with continue with studying exactly the area of the installation. We measure the distance from the shore, the depths, the cable tracing, the shoreline, and the place that we install the main station, the power station. I'm going a little bit fast, not to have any delays. We made all the necessary measurements to calculate how many cameras are required for the vision coverage, the overlap from each camera to cover all the area of the shipwreck. We calculate, as you can see, that an arrangement of 5 cameras will be able to overcover the area. Okay. All the parts of the system were constructed and tested as much as possible in Athens before the first pilot installation at the ancient wrecks of Peristera Talonissos. We made hydrostatic pressure tests at several depths with maximum pressure depths achieving -80 meters and remaining under pressure over 6 atmospheres for more than 24 hours. We installed the system at a pool, we checked the local network speed running at the 200 meters cable lengths, tested the solar power availability and the communications links. The pilot installation. Finally we went to Alonsos and we made all transportation to Peristera and started the installation of the photovoltaic system. The 360 camera, the weather station, the wireless connection for Steni Vala, and then the installation of the cables, the underwater power supply, the fiber optic, the 5 cameras, and the central hub. And then, of course, the operation tests. Nowadays, you can see the power station. You can see the image from the remote land camera. Several works, repairings was done many times on the island of Peristeras, and many modifications and improvements were made to the diving center of Steni Vala Ikion that kindly host us. We continue with the deployment of the cables, the protection of the cables at the shoreline, a very difficult position, the cable routing, and finally you can see the deployment of the cameras, the main arrangement, as you can see, where the shore cables come, the underwater hub, where are the cameras, the dimensions, etc. The underwater hub of the system is the center of the heart in the underwater. On the left side of the hub, the ending of the power cable and the fiber optic cable of the network, right exactly here. At the other side, you can see the 5 underwater plugs that go straight to each camera and provide them with electricity and network. You can see also in the lights of the network in the switcher inside the hub. All the cameras are equipped with Wiper and servo motor that activate from the microcomputer of each housing every day on different time. Camera 1 on 1 o'clock, camera 2 on 2 o'clock, etc. until camera 5. Camera number 5, you can see it is in the middle of the wreck, and there is also an algorithm using image recognition that can detect differences on the glass of the housing and activate the Wiper so as to clean it. This is an extra software. Here is the wreck as it is today. This is from our last visit, I think, on March. You can see exactly where the shore cable is, the camera, deployments, the hub, and you have a complete picture. The system. The system is equipped with artificial intelligence capabilities in order to distinguish, classify, associate, and perceive significant differences in measurable parameters that take place and are considered of interest with the area of the shipwreck. Machine learning algorithms are implemented for intelligent information processing from images and video streams. State-of-the-art methods are used for the customization, training of neural networks, and their preparation for real-time operation. In case of detection of an intruder, a diver, a robot, an ROV, a light source in the night, an appropriate message signal will be sent to select recipients. 1 alarm warning. You can see the class name, the spotlight, and the probability of the recognition. For the training of the system, many different scenarios and modification of the site were carried out, such as night dives, the use of ROV, DPVs, different lights, and different diving setups. Until to date, we have managed to have a stable underwater network. We have increased our computing capacity and our reliability in terms of hardware. The system is already working under pressure for over a year. We continue to train the system and adapt it also for the identification and classification of different species, and special for the Monachus sea. Additionally, the system can be equipped with cameras for day and night, IR, LED lights, laser, temperature measurements, sensors, hydrophone for acoustic data, etc., etc. The power supply of the system, which is generally depends on the energy availability on site, can come from the local network, from a photovoltaic station on the nearest shore, or even from a floating buoy in the sea surface. Here you can see an experiment that was made in Chalkidiki for the seahorses. This is a buoy with a photovoltaic, a GSM connection. This is a different housing with LED camera and infrared housings. Also, we are happy to announce that the cooperation project between NUS and the Hippocampus Marine Institute has been selected for an artificial intelligence for Earth Microsoft Azure Compute Grant, with the project title Machine Learning and Real-Time Monitoring for the Conservation of Marine Life, with emphasis on the seahorses. The project will start with species classification at Peristera underwater site. You can see some experiments that we have already begun about the recognition and the classification of some species. The system is fully remote. We can monitor the solar power, the consumption, and power production, the communications, the land camera, the weather station, and all underwater cameras. Additionally, we can manage our local network and internet connection and Stenivala of Alonisos, the famous e-church. Allow me to show you real time. This is now camera 5 of the system. Unfortunately, we are unlucky. There are times that are full of fish. This is the weather station. Right now, you can see the temperature, the direction of the wind, humidity, wherever UV. You can have many information. We can have all the informations about the Peristera solar power. We can have also the idea what is happening outside in the area of the wreck. Now we can see a boat here. So I am returning back.
Vasily, we lost you for a moment. We are going to wait for you to reconnect if you are listening. You are reconnecting. Okay, now
I continue.
Let's share your screens and the slides.
Okay.
The presentation is very interesting, by the way.
Thank you very much, Achille. I know you like the system. Finally, from the underwater cameras of the system, we can get excellent footage and information on marine life and the biodiversity. I can show you many things. You can see a cormorant dive at -25 meters, hunting by groupers, golden groupers, and we have incredible things that we can watch. It's like to have a window in the sea. We have many of videos, many photos. Here we have links from the cameras. Okay, we don't have time. I can show you many things. But I think this is enough. Now, thank you for your attention. Here we have some more photos of the cameras, and I'd like to thank you for your time and your kind attention. Angel, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Vasilis, and I think this concludes the second. Your presentation concludes the second session of today's conference. Give me a moment to make it for sure. Yes, this is right. So I would like to invite to join me the rest of the speakers if they are here with us at the backstage. So Vicky, please, if you can have, okay, thank you very much. And Vicky, I would like to ask you if we have any questions coming from the audience, or I can make a couple of questions maybe. Okay, by waiting for Vicky to put us the questions if we have any, or if you are listening to us, please provide us, the audience, with some questions. I would like to ask Luciana. I saw that you said that through an EUV light system, you can have an anti-fouling, I think, on your cameras.
Yes,
Is
yes.
it working nicely, effective, and efficiently?
Yes, it's right. The engineer sector of the Applicon designed the camera a way to clean the camera lens by UV light.
And the UV light is from inside the housing or from outside of the housing?
I don't know this detail. You can ask searching the contact in the website of the project, Applicon, and the colleague are welcome to answer this question.
Okay. Do you have any questions to put to the other speakers as we are here today right now? Because I do not see any questions coming from the audience as far as I know. Okay, so before to move to the networking room for the break, I would like to make two announcements. The first one is that we're going to start the next session according to the schedule. So in 20 minutes, we're going to come again here and in order to see the third session at 3:30 Central European Time. And another announcement is that all of the papers are going to be published at a special issue, Diving Blue Growth, Protection and Promotion of Accessible Underwater Cultural Heritage Sites, in an international peer-reviewed open access journal of cultural and natural heritage, published quarterly by MDPI, which is the Heritage. If you know the Heritage, is a very nice journal. This special issue is going to be dedicated to the underwater cultural heritage, and all the related research topics are going to be totally relevant. So I would like all of you to keep the deadlines concerning the paper submission in order to be able to take this into our advantage as scientists. So thank you very much. And I think we should close this session, and it's better to move to the networking Zoom room. So please, you press the right button to the menu and go there. Thank you very much.
Hello to everybody. We are now proceed to the third and last session of today, which focuses on the same subject as the previous one, the promotion and protection of accessible underwater cultural heritage sites. This session aims to highlight the means and ways of promotion and protection of the accessible underwater sites. More particularly, it will present efforts and projects completed or ongoing, as well as concrete ideas for future initiatives that promote responsible accessibility at the sites. So I will ask to Mrs. Dionysia Koutsy to prepare her presentation entitled Sustainable and Resilient Management of Underwater Cultural Heritage in a Remote Mediterranean Island, a Methodological Framework. Mrs. Koutsy is a PhD student in the Department of Geography and Regional Planning of the School of Surveying and Engineering in National Technical University of Athens. Her research interest focus on integrated and sustainable land and underwater cultural development issues, heritage management, maritime spatial planning, participatory planning, island development issues, urban and regional development. She also works as a project manager in the private sector on co-financed projects by the EU programs. Mrs. Koutsy, please take the floor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, very well. We can't see your Okay, the presentation. Okay.
It's okay. Oh, perfect.
Yes, yes.
First of all, let me thank you for the introduction. I'm really glad to be here with you today. Let me first of all apologize because I'm really close to a central road and maybe you can hear some noise. As I said, I'm really happy to be part of this conference and listen to all these interesting projects and recent works related to ours and the underwater cultural heritage preservation and sustainable exploitation. I'm going to transfer you, let's say, a step backwards to all the interesting projects that we have already heard in this conference. And from the preservation in situ, I will try to open the dialogue regarding the policy and planning considerations before the actual preservation and exploitation plans. This work is based on the current trends of the tourism sector, where the tourist preferences are changing to a more authentic experience-based products. Under this scope, culture seems to satisfy this need with alternative forms coming to the forefront of tourism demand. At the same time, the interest for insular and peripheral regions is also raised the interest of tourists as attractive as having attractive land and at the same time underwater cultural and natural wealth, transforming their insularity to a significant comparative advantage of these areas. These trends are also reflected by a wide range of policy directions in international and EU level, giving an emphasis on cultural heritage role in general in achieving local sustainable goals, as well as to the need for more people-centric, let's say, approaches towards resilience. All these policies are related to the cultural and tourism sector, and as well as at the policy framework that is created in international and European level regarding the maritime environment and its protection and preservation, including policies for underwater cultural heritage. As a case study, we chose the Mediterranean region, including entities' own remarkable land and underwater natural and cultural assets, mostly related to the historical events of the World War I and II. Underwater cultural heritage in the Mediterranean is mainly unexploited and unknown till today,
and partially promoted in a local level. From a socioeconomic approach, these islands consist by diverse and completed structures, complicated structures devoted to mass tourism activities mainly, and presented by high density and also low density entities. All the aforementioned aspects shape the goal of this paper, aiming at opening the dialogue for underwater cultural heritage protection and preservation methodologies in these communities, exploring three main pillars. Namely, first of all, the need for a creation of a special database to define what we need to plan. The second one is the planning approaches and the steps that need to be followed in order to examine how we're going to plan this heritage. And the third one is the civic and stakeholders engagement, defining who is going to lead this process and who is going to give us the necessary information towards sustainable and resilient heritage-led development plans, all of them in alignment with local expectation and visions. UCH's tangible and intangible aspects, having a critical relations with local histories and events, places public participation as the key aspect of UCH management processes. Key stakeholders of this exercise may be people active in this around the UCH sites, people interested in UCH, people who represent citizens' interests, the general public, and of course, always in accordance with the project that we are conducting, the relative decision and policy makers in the appropriate special level. That's why each project offers different stakeholders' perspectives that need to take into account. All these people are involved in order to explore their perspectives and interests, to enrich our planning approaches with their empirical knowledge, expectations, needs, and values, to identify maybe information gaps that may arise from our desk research or even our field research, and as a win-win process for them to understand the policy and legislation framework and understand on how they can protect this heritage and how they can be active members of this process. And finally, to finalize and co-create together with the planners and the policymakers the heritage-led local development plan. As a win-win process, as I already said, public participation offers benefits both for planners and local community itself. Planners can collect data, identify and manage conflicts from an early stage of the planning process, develop trust with among stakeholders, policymakers and planners, and legitimize policy directions as participatory planning is an imperative process in a lot of plans. From a citizen's perspective, their capacity and unity strengthening citizens' perspectives are taking into account. They learn more and being informed on how to protect and preserve this heritage, while their vision and expectations are met, arising the possibility for a sustainable plan to be a successful one. A recent practical example of such an exercise was conducted by me and my Professor Anastasia Strategea, the co-author of this paper, during my master thesis in 2018 for Leros Island. The case of in Leros case, stakeholders' involvement was approached at the advanced, let's say, stage of the planning process after the creation of two proposed alternative developmental scenarios, and at the stage that we have already formed the priority axis towards the sustainable development of the island. Leros is a small island in the Aegean Sea, flourishing of both land and underwater assets as one of the most important battlefields in the Mediterranean during World War II war events. Having more than 14 visitable plain and shipwrecks, and plenty land resources is selected as our case study. Two alternative scenarios was developed. The first one exploits all the cultural wealth of the island, including land, underwater, well, maritime, and of course, cultural and natural assets, creating a multidimensional cultural approach for its development. And the second one is giving an emphasis on World War II events and the Italian occupation that left an important impact on the social and the urban, let's say, structure of the islands and its future development. Leros community engagement was conducted through an online interactive WebGIS platform where the proposed scenarios were presented and was distributed among social media that was created for the purposes of this project. Through a questionnaire, the participants were asked to assess the current situation of the Leros sustainable exploitation of its cultural capital, including both land and underwater parts, to rate the first three most important, according to their preferences and expectations, important policy priority axes, to select the one of the two most preferable scenario for Leros according also to their visions, and finally to enrich the context with proposed ideas, sources for historical reference, and or open the dialogue for problems and risks. At this process, 270 people reacted, having a relationship with the island on being being resident there or has been born in Leros. As we can see, the population is highly educated and belongs to the younger generation. According to them, the island's cultural potential is merely exploited and mainly unexploited. And according to the priority axis, according to their preferences, there is a significant need to demonstrate and to create a local cultural identity, a unique, let's say, identity for the island. This can be achieved through the development of alternative experience-based and cultural tourism products, while there is also a need for a balanced cultural tourism development to remove existing inequalities. According to the scenarios that were proposed, with a percentage over the 50% of the participants, the scenario that was promoting the Leros relation with the World War II events was selected, showing that Italian occupation and the World War II events is also considered by the citizens as the most preferable scenario to be the one to promote for Leros cultural development. Finally, an open question was included. Although the answers was not so many, their contribution was very high, promoting us with some historical facts, references to obtain data, and some problems reporting on possible problems that may occur in our developmental plan and our proposals. Regarding the Leros example, Leros is endowed with significant cultural heritage, both land and underwater, which presents a strong relationship with World War II events. There is a fertile current national movement, as already was mentioned in previous presentations, with the opening of 91 shipwrecks, including some of the Leros assets that creates significant potential for the diving tourism development. This is also connected with the local community's interest to sustainably exploit UCH and cultural heritage in general as a developmental pillar, something that was also reflected at the first Alternative Tourism Conference organized by Leros municipality a month ago, where I was very pleased to be part of, where a lot of stakeholders gathered from the island to imagine the future touristic image of the island, and I was very surprised by their passion and willingness towards the send. Regarding the participation, the involvement of educated and younger age people show us that it is not an efficient it's not very efficient as elder people or the ones that are not familiar with digital means were excluded from the very beginning. So a combined participatory process with a face-to-face and online interaction is a preferable choice for the future. Concluding, UCH in Mediterranean is not fully explored to its potential, although it attracts significant interest worldwide. Its management under sustainable manner is a demanding and a weak problem, arising the need for multi-level, multi-stakeholders involvement and cooperation between local and supra-local decision-making bodies, and of course, community actors in deploying strategic, integrating and cultural-driven development plans. Such participatory exercises as a win-win process reveal a lot of benefits for all, both policymakers, stakeholders, and local communities. And finally, during our research work, we highlight, and it's also an aspect that we have a lot of consideration during my PhD thesis, it's the need for more spatial data and other data to identify the available cultural wealth for our future plans. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kutsi. You put in the center of our discussion the local communities, which is something very important for the preservation, first of all, but also for the valorization of the cultural heritage in general, the underwater one included. I will ask you to stay backstage because we will receive the questions at the end of our session, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
Wait for that. So now I will ask to Mr. Yuri Tazenka, a filmmaker, to be with us. Yuri Tazenka graduated the Moscow Aviation Institute with a technical specialization and worked as a programmer in the space industry. Later was engaged in the development of mobile TV centers, and currently he is a filmmaker making films about sea travel and underwater archaeology. So please, you may prepare your presentation entitled Promotion of Accessible Underwater Cultural Heritage Site on the example of an 18th century frigate that sank in the Aegean Sea, the frigate of St. Theodore. Please take the floor.
Thank you. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. I can't see your presentation for the moment,
Okay.
but I hear.
Okay, just one. Is it okay?
Yes, I think it is preparing. We haven't seen it. Yes, now it's okay. You may go on. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Hello. My name is Yuri Tkachenko. I represent the Underwater Archaeological Society from Russia. The topic of my report is the promotion of dive sites using the example of an 18th century frigate that sank in the Aegean Sea. The hero of my report, the frigate St. Theodore. This ship has an interesting history. And now a short video about the fate of this frigate. Video, please.
No. 1770. This is a war between the Russian and Ottoman empires. The commander of the Russian fleet in the Mediterranean, Count Orlov, invites Greek pirates in his service. Orlov gives them such patents, and the pirates become corsairs of the Russian Empire. The archives of Russia have preserved the logbooks of the Greek corsairs, maps, reports on the work done. During the military expedition of Count Orlov, Greek corsairs showed bravery, initiative, and the highest professionalism. As a result, a peace treaty was signed between the Russia and Ottoman empires. According to peace treaty, Russian and Greek merchant ships received freedom of navigation in the Black and Mediterranean seas. The frigate St. Theodore was a member of the expedition of Count Orlov. Frigate's logbook begins in the island of Paros in the Aegean Sea. British captain passes ship to the Russian captain. The British were very active in helping the military expedition of Count Orlov. The frigate St. Theodore was part of this British help. The ship's logbook tells that the frigate sank in the Aegean Sea during a combat mission as a result of a strong leak. The crew of sunken ship landed on the island St. Eustratia and sent a boat for help. The boat was found by the Greek corsairs, and they saved the crew of the Russian frigate.
Почему там он был? Почему? Оно там смешно. Films are very effective way to attract tourists to archaeological sites. This video can be explained into a documentary series about the expedition of Orlov, the Greek corsairs, and the research of the wrecks that remained after the military expedition. The research of the frigate's documents continues. There is a first page of the ship's log, which describes the transfer of the ship from the British captain to Russian captain. We think that frigate St. Theodore is ex-British frigate Sphinx. There are probably interesting documents in the British archives about service of this frigate in the British Navy. Tourists like the archaeological sites associated with great events. For example, here are just ruins, but if you tell that there was a wedding of beautiful Helen, which led to the Trojan War, then the interest in the ruins will increase incredibly. It's same with dive sites. Ideally, the archaeological site has its own interesting history, and this history is a part of big events. In the case of frigate St. Theodore, the big event is the military expedition of Count Orlov. Big event is opportunity to create document series. It include in one episode about the frigate St. Theodore and other episodes about other archaeological sites. Another interesting way to promotion of dive sites is a museum exposition. This year, our team has created the exposition Corsairs of the Mediterranean. as part of the Year of History Greek Russia. The exposition tells about the adventures of Greek sailors in the service of the Count Orlov. When Orlov appeared in the Mediterranean with the Russian fleet, he had very few light ships, only 2 frigates. But Orlov made an agreement with the Greek pirates, and they went over to his service. When the pirates became corsairs, they began to keep ship logs, draw up reports on combat operations. Therefore, a lot of information about the Greek sailors of the 18th century has been preserved in the archive of Russia. And here I will show just a few documents. This is logbook of the corsair ship Xebec Greece. The logbook describes the real Odyssey, the campaign of Greek corsairs in Egypt and Syria. This is a patent of a Greek corsair from 19th century. The patent was issued by the Russian Empire for a Greek from the city of Taganrog, a retired lieutenant commander of the Russian fleet, Georgy Benardaki, the owner of brigantine with 12 guns. It's the second side of patent. This is a crew list of our hero, the frigate St. Theodore. In addition to Russian sailors, there are other Greeks in it, a pilot, a hieromonk, and 5 corsairs assigned to the frigate to strengthen the crew. A large number of wrecks are associated with the military expedition of Count Orlov. Not only the frigate St. Theodore. The Russian battleship Sviatoslav lays near the island of Lemnos. At the bottom of the bay of Paros Island, there are several ships. All of these wrecks can be promoted through the museum exposition Corsairs of the Mediterranean. Other place of wrecks, a large number of wrecks. This is a Gulf of Patras. A battle took place between Greek corsairs and Russian sailors on the one side and Ottoman corsairs on the other. There are 19 ships at shallow depths in this place. Expedition of Count Orlov ended with a peace treaty, according to which Russian ships were able to sail freely in the Black and Mediterranean seas. But Russia did not have the required number of merchant sailors, and this niche was occupied by the Greeks. They began to receive patents from the government of the Russian Empire for the right to fly the merchant flag of Russia. So the Greeks, together with the Russians, received freedom of navigation. The Greek corsairs played an important role in this event. They showed bravery, initiative, and the highest professionalism during the war. Our exposition is small, but there are a lot of documents about Greek corsairs in Russia. There are enough documents to create a museum about the Greek corsairs. An excellent museum for the Greek corsairs would be a museum ship similar to the ship Georgios Averov. But where to get a corsair ship for the museum? At the end of the 20th century, a replica ship, the Olympia Trier, was built in Greece. A Greek corsair ship can be built too. In Russia, in the Naval Museum in St. Petersburg, there is a model of the Greek corsair ship, the Xebec Zabiaka, Bully. The model was made by the outstanding Russian shipbuilder Katasanov. He presented this model to impress Catherine the Great. A few years later, the Empress donated the model to the Naval Museum. The model is made in such a way that a light ship can be created from it. Xavier Xaviaka took part in the Battle of Patras, in the raid on Beirut, and in many other Corsair operations. But back to the frigate Saint Theodore. The logbook of frigate contains the landmark of the place where the frigate was sunk. The depths at which the ship sank allow divers to dive on it. Our team would be glad to take part in the search for the frigate Saint Theodore. In case of success, we could make a film about it. The other direction of our team is building underwater and sea surface drones that can be used for this expedition. Another member of our team will talk about this direction and drones tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. A lot of basic research has been made in the archives for finding all this information, and the video was very interesting also. It's a period that can be exploited for storytelling if we will have more information about all these ships, because we don't know a lot for the wrecks of this period. That's they are not well documented for the moment. So you are going to wait for the questions at the backstage. The questions will be done at the end of the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I will call now Mr. Ahmed Bilir, Assistant Professor, Director of the Dutch University of Underwater Studies Application and Research Center. Mr. Bilir gives courses in the Department of Archaeology at Dutch University, and he's also the head of the Medieval Archaeology Department at Dutch University. He also manages the Northeast Marmara Sea Underwater Research, the NEMSUS project in Istanbul. Nowadays, he also provides scientific consultancy to the Acheron Necropolis excavation in Heraklia Pontica. Please take the floor and make your presentation entitled An Archaeological Proposal in the Black Sea in the Light of Underwater Research of Ancient Kalp Port.
Hi, dear Chairwoman, Ms. Calamara. Thank you for your kind introduction. First of all, I want to thank the Kocaeli Archaeology Museum, İzmit, and Kandıra Municipality. What I would like to do today is to give you the essential background information on an archaeopark proposal in the Black Sea in the light of underwater research of ancient Kalpe Port. I've divided my presentation into 3 parts. In the first part, I will give some basic information about the location of the Kalpe Port and the ancient sources mentioned. In the next section, I will explain the port structures and findings. In the last part, I would like to express our thoughts about tourism and the Kalpe Port. Our aim in this study, identifying and documenting shipwrecks in the region, underwater excavation studies of shipwrecks whose coordinates are determined in Kalpe Port within the scope of the research carried out by the Kocaeli Archaeology Museum Directorate in 2020. planning the conservation of the artifacts that have already been identified and are likely to be determined from now on, creating sustainable underwater tourism areas, identifying the archaeological and architectural remains associated with the Black Sea in Turkey, better understanding of the dimensions of the maritime trade that was carried out on the Black Sea coast of Anatolia in the ancient period, determining the role of the region in the socio-economic and political history, training the fishermen in the region on the protection of underwater cultural heritage. The ruins of the ancient Kalpe port are located on the Black Sea coast of the ancient Bithynia region and today in Kerpe town of Kandara district of Kocaeli, ancient Nicomedia province of Turkey. In the literature research, Kalpe port has been frequently mentioned in ancient sources and modern researchers. On the other hand, it's seen that other ancient ports in the Bithynia region and on the shores of the Marmara Sea are considered only in terms of their geographical location and political history in scientific studies, and it remains a deficiency to study the ancient port architecture of the region. Information on the importance of the region can be obtained from ancient sources, especially information about the Black Sea coast of the Bithynia region is seen in the texts of ancient writers, historians, and geographers, such as Xenophon, Pseudo-Scylax, Memnon, Arianus, and Strabo. There is no defined data yet regarding the exact time Kalpe port was established. However, this port was first referred to as Kalpe port in the Anabasis of Xenophon in the Classical Age. Xenophon, who passed through the place on his retreat with the 10,000, describes it as about halfway between Byzantium and Heraclea Pontica. This statement of Xenophon is supported by today's findings, so that today Kerpe town, where the harbor is located, is about 95 kilometers from the two centers. Therefore, this port is undoubtedly the Kalpe port described by Xenophon. It's understood that the port was used in the years 400 BC when the book was written. Xenophon also briefly touches on the hinterland of the Kalpe port and mentions that this area has rich game and vegetable resources, especially with its trees suitable for shipbuilding. In the 2nd century BC, Polybius refers to Kalpe port. He states that many of the Hellenistic kingdoms, especially on the shores of the Mediterranean and Aegean Sea, imported tree timber from ports such as Kalpe in the Black Sea for shipbuilding by paying large sums of money. Among the Black Sea coastal settlements of Anatolia, Kalpe port was known as Carpi port in the 13th century and 14th centuries AD. And even though the port has lost its function today, the region continues its existence as Kerpe. As a result, from these expressions in ancient sources, we understood that Kalpe port has continued its function throughout the ages without changing its name, and therefore this port has maintained its importance in the Bithynia region for a very long time. Kocaeli Museum initiated the project in 2012 with the aim of restoring a part of ancient Kalpaport in accordance with the original, but the project was not implemented. Despite this project in question is the first example in our country for the restoration of an ancient port. Architecture plans, drawings, and restitution projects were approved by Kocaeli Cultural Heritage Preservation Regional Board in 2013. In addition to the researches carried out in both underwater and terrestrial coastal areas for the preparation of the project in question, documentation of the construction technique, size, location, current status of the Kalpaport, making architectural drawings, stone, and mortar analysis by the relevant laboratories, as well as literature researches related to the port. Systematic underwater research and excavation studies have not been carried out on the Black Sea coast of Kocaeli until today. The archaeological data that enabled the project to be formed with the underwater researches carried out by Kocaeli Museum Directorate was obtained in September 2020. Due to the scarcity of researches conducted on Kocaeli coastline of the Black Sea, scientific publications are almost non-existent. Especially Kalpaport, Kefken Island, and its surroundings are very unique in terms of underwater archaeology. The mentioned region has been an important port and trade center for the Black Sea since ancient times. Today, the ruins of the breakwater belonging to the ancient Kalpaport are located at the northeast end of Kalpe Bay. It's scattered over an area approximately 2,000 square meters, partially on land and mostly underwater. The blocks belonging to the Kalpe harbor are approximately 80 meters length and 36 meters wide and still largely underwater. The blocks understood to have been cut from different quarries in the region are limestone. The deepest of the blocks is at the minus 3.50 meters. Dovetail-shaped in 17 of the underwater blocks, clam slab can be detected. Many of the existing underwater blocks are well preserved. However, some of them were damaged and lost their original forms. There is mooring stone in the inner part of the breakwater. In addition, there is a cylindrical base in the area. On the other hand, there are 3 lines of inscription which is thought to belong to the second use of the base as a Shpalier material and is in highly damaged condition. This plinth probably belonged to the honor statue placed at end of the breakwater and visible to the ships approaching to the port. It's understood from the deep erosion of the surrounding rocks in the same direction that the destructive and abrasive waves in the region are in the northwest southeast direction. Therefore, it's seen that the breakwater is positioned to form a 90-degree angle to the waves. The breakwater blocks of Kalpe Harbor continue at a height of approximately 1.5 to 2 meters to form a flat bed on the seafloor, which deepens from the shore towards the offshore. Starting from the shore, a rubble ground field made around river stones was placed on the sandy seafloor. The gaps formed between the walls were filled with hydraulic concrete rubble mixture that solidifiable in water and turned into monolith artificial breakwater body of approximately 80 across 20 meters. This whole structure shows that the construction technique called chest-type wall, which is a frequently used construction technique in the construction of ancient ports, was also used here. There is no hydraulic mortar in Aegina and Knidos ports, which are dated to the classical age. On the other hand, the earliest known examples of the use of hydraulic concrete in underwater structures are the Puteoli and Kosa docks, dating to the 3rd century BC. As a result, in the light of the available data, it's understood that Kalpeport was used from the classical period to the late antiquity. These in situ blocks in the area probably belonged to the classical age when the port was first built. However, mortar section must belong to the Hellenistic period. Based on the available data, the port reanimation proposal can be made and elevation values of the port breakwater can be calculated according to the sea level. When these heights are lined up from the bottom to the top of the breakwater in the sea, the rubble ground fill is between minus 3.50 meters and minus 2.35 meters. The blocks up to the water level are at the level elevation with the minus 2.35 meter. The blocks above water level are at the level of 1.80 meter, and the total height of it reaches 5.30 meters. During the underwater research initiated by Kocaeli Museum Directorate in October 2020, for the first time, the amphoras and other shards reflected the characteristics of period, as well as ship wooden pieces, which we think belong to Roman, Byzantine, and Ottoman periods, were intensely detected. For this reason, an underwater excavation is primarily planned in this area, where there is a high density of finds. Its preserved cultural heritage is not fully known due to the scarcity of archaeological studies on Turkey's Black Sea coast. Therefore, bringing the historical richness of the region to the forefront should be the main goal. Underwater excavations are extremely important and original in terms of understanding the unknowns in the history of the regions. In addition, sustainable diving tourism included the project is of great importance. Currently, there is a diving center in the bay. Together with the findings obtained as a result of excavation and research, it's among our aims to establish an underwater museum and archaeopark here. Also, you can see the German U-23 submarine discovered in the region 3 years ago. It will be open to divers interested in wrecks of the World War II. First of all, we have to excavate shipwrecks found in ancient Kalpe harbor and documenting the remains and bringing them to surface for protection. Secondly, we must complete scientific research on the long-term preservation and restoration of the remains we have identified and create a separate section for exhibition in Kocaeli Archaeology Museum. Thirdly, research and surveys should continue on the Black Sea coast of Kocaeli for the potential artifacts, and the results of research should be analyzed. Fourthly, archaeometric examination and analysis of the study collection obtained from excavation and surveys in the laboratory environment and sharing the findings with the scientific community. Finally, after the research and excavation, it's aimed to increase the tourism potential of the region and to contribute to diving tourism. thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much for the presentation of this very important archaeological underwater site. We've learned a lot of things about Kalpiport. And now for our session is the time for questions. As I can see, there are no questions for the public, but I would like to ask you some questions, and I will begin from the end, as I have Kalpiport in mind now. As I have understood, it's shallow water, 2 to 10 meters, the findings. Do you think that it could be open to the public for scuba diving or also for snorkeling and swimmers? Have you already designed a trail, an itinerary, and how this could be in order to signalize some point of interest? I've seen a lot of point of interest from your images. The different details of the site, I mean.
Okay, I want to explain. It's all the findings are in 2 or 3 meters deepest, and
yes,
there is a lot of people in the in this area. Actually, in summertime, they are swimming in there. And we find these artifacts in the in their feet, and it was great for us. And we will this year we will excavation works in this area also, and we want to be ready in this situation. And there's also another one, World War II submarines in this area.
I've seen that.
And we want to, for interested divers, open these submarines to divers, for divers.
Okay. Thank you. So you will open both sides, the submarine of the Second World War and the archaeological site. Okay, thank you very much. And now I would like to ask Mr. This is my plan. Mr. Tashenka, as I've sent you before, this is a period that has a lot of interest from our point of view also, because it is needed to do more work on site, underwater, I mean, for document these areas. But for the moment, all this material that you have found, that you have collected about this frigate and other historical incidents of this period, have you thought to create a digital, on web, I mean, a digital museum in order to valorize them? Apart from the film, because the film is the first valorization.
I think it is possible, but there is a lot of documents in the Navy archive. A lot of, which means a lot of, and they. This is a work of archive, and they do this, but very slowly. And it is interesting to find something interesting but there is so much documents that I think this work is very huge, but not will be interesting. But if find documents about some events interesting, and made films or promote some sites, we can do this. And
Yes.
virtual museum is a work of archive.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. It was a very interesting documentation that you presented. That's why, and the film, of course. And now I would like to ask Mrs. Koutsi if you had, when you began this research with the local communities, did you know the existence of the Andicat project? You knew that there was a European project that aims to create underwater cultural routes, and have you inserted that in your questionnaire, whatever you prepared for the community? And another question, this scenario that was the preferable one, the World War II scenario, how do you think it could be realized? I mean, how can be it can be created? What's the products at the end that we could have for filling the scenario?
Yes, thank you very much for the questions. For the first one, yes, I am aware of the project. It was one of the references that I used for my project, but it was not included in the questionnaire or something like that. It was a work begins from the start. So you won't see duplications or something like that. But I know the project and I use it as a reference. For the second one, in fact, my master thesis ended up with a detailed plan with actions and measures to be followed in order the scenario to be developed. So the plan included cultural routes. That was, I don't have, it's not easy to find an example to share with you right now, but you can imagine it as a whole, as a route that runs all the island, connecting all the cultural assets that are related with the cultural heritage of the World War II, because we can see remains all across the island. But all these facts also are connected through the Battle of Leros with the underwater cultural heritage. So we can see a connection also at the land and underwater part. It's, let's say, a story that starts from the beginning of the installation of the Italian occupation in the island till the end of it, and the Greek territory at the end of the war. So it's a whole story, including specific assets. It's very interesting, and we can see the connection. So the realization of this includes storytelling, includes a digital presentation of all the assets, info points for the visitors, and the documentation of all these assets. As one of the participants of the survey mentioned that we have this heritage, but who is going to see and come remnants of the World War II? They don't even know what they have and the value of this heritage. So We should start from that, I think. And then...
Okay, thank you. And now we have two questions for Mr. Bilir from the audience. So, first question by Kalliopi Baika. Excellent presentation. In Kalpe Harbor, is the dating based on the excavation of the breakwater? Do you plan excavation trenches on the harbor structures?
Okay, we know that
Is
from
harbor.
We know that the dating of the harbors from ancient sources. First, we know Xenophon mentioned it with Anabasis, and it must be the using from the classical age to the Ottoman period. And breakwater also shows that this is the right dating data. And we want to excavate in this harbor structure inside of the breakwater, and we know that these artifacts almost in the coast of the Kalpe.
Okay.
And
the second part was, do you plan excavation trenches on the harbor structures? You told us inside.
We plan inside for the intensity of the findings of the, for example, amphoras and wooden pieces. Actually, in we thought to the it must be belong to the wrecks, some wrecks in this area.
Thank you. This question, another one from Kobe, Mr. Kobe, apparently, for you, Mr. Bilir. Do you have any data or information about sea level changes?
Okay. We know that Black Sea was 150 meters deepest up to today, and we know this level changes 4,000 years, and if we look at the breakwater of the Kalpe port, we can know that it's clear. It's not too many changes in this area.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that we have completed our session with the questions, and now you can leave from the panel, and all you can stay, and the closing panel begin now.
Thank you, Pari, for chairing this session. Thank you all of the speakers for answering also the questions. Unfortunately, we couldn't have Barbara with us as it is foreseen in the program, but this is okay. The three chairpersons of today's sessions are present. So we just can make a conclusion, a very short conclusion, starting from the first session. I don't know if Fabio wants to say one or two remarks. The only thing that I would like to mention is that we had a very nice presentation as a keynote speaker of the iMare Culture project, which is totally relevant with the subject of our conference. And this opened today's day.
Yeah, I think that considering the keynote speaking and also the NENIAS project, starting from them, we should say that there is there are a lot of possibilities in funding new research projects in this line. I mean, and in general about the technologies that are needed to support the archaeological studies and also the valorization, so the touristic promotion, the sustainable possible touristic promotion of the underwater cultural heritage. So this is something that it would be probably encouraged also in the next Horizon program that is going to open, and we know that there are some topics, especially from the first call, that are going to be launched and that will could collect the interest of our audience. So it is we hope that we can see some interesting proposal going forward. The result achieved by the many projects that have been concluded in this period and that are bringing really relevant and successful projects. And we are seeing that there are also territories like Malta and Sicily that worked a lot in the past about the touristic promotion of the underwater cultural heritage, and we can say that they defined various aspects of the state of the art in relation to the systematic, let's say, analysis, the systematic surveying of the territory. Okay, they are islands, so the coastline is quite limited, but they are really rich in terms of cultural asset underwater. So they defined a lot of interesting policies, I mean, first of all, and also, let's say, methods in trying to valorize, to exploit, to protect, first of all, the underwater cultural heritage. And it's very interesting to see that starting from their experience and also the experiences that there are around Europe, everywhere, almost in any country of the Mediterranean basin, we see very interesting works. And I think that the conference has represented quite well the state of the art, because we had a lot of interesting presentation from almost all the at least the European country of the basin. That's it from my side.
Okay, I can add a couple of things because they are related also. There were related topics in the first and in the second session of today's presentations. First of all, we have seen a lot of discussion concerning materials and corrosion. For example, what Fotini Vlachaki presented concerning the signage of the different artifacts and point of interest in the different sites. I know it is a very hot issue and an open issue in several countries, because we are seeing a number of new sites going open and accessible to visitors, either scuba divers or snorkelers. And there is a discussion concerning not only the shape or the system of putting them into the ground and the floating, but also about corrosion, because what we have seen it is that the sea is affecting a number of materials, and the same problem is again the problem concerning the system of cameras, because we have seen also in our session coming from Vasilis Mendogiannis and Massimo, the presentation of the camera systems, and also from Luciana, that one of the crucial parts is the corrosion of the different metallic parts that all these systems are using, because they have not been using steady cameras underwater for a number of years. So I think the producers of these materials and these components must take into account the experience that we are gaining from using these cameras underwater. Another result is that these cameras that are being there mainly for safeguarding the site are gathering tons of information, so big data, and this big data needs storage, and they can be analysis for other kind of purposes, like biological studies, because if you have a continuous monitoring of a site underwater with a lot of fishes, like a small, let's say, reef, and with a lot of grass and Posidonia, and that it changes according to the weather and to the time of the year, etc. These are very interesting data for oceanographers, and there is plenty of room of how you store this data, how you tag this data, and with which AI tools you can attract information that it's starting from the safety of underwater cultural heritage and protection, but goes to other kind of disciplines. This is very interesting, and I think it has room for growing up. Again, in the morning, the Malta presentation was nice, because I think Malta is also at the state of the art as a whole promotion of the underwater cultural heritage, and they are doing a lot of things also in the digital field. And I think a lot of it can be a nice example for many of the countries in Europe. Of course, we have this fooling problem with the cameras and the UV lighting. I think it's a very nice idea, or the robotic brushes of the new system is very nice idea. And just to mention once again that the new system, so it's available open online. So if someone wants to go to nous.com.gr, even now it can see the Peristera REC live. Finally, we have seen once again that the behavior of the people is very important. If we see a site locally, and we need to have this behavioral change, and a lot of examples came out through the pandemic, because a lot of people couldn't go to the sea, so useful results were made. And according to the management side of the Gaiola Underwater Park, I think it was a very nice example of what we can achieve if we have a control of the people visiting a site which is delicate and it must be protected. More or less, this was my remark. I don't know, Pari, if you have to add something more from your session.
Yes, I'll begin from my session, and I'll go on. So the research and the knowledge is the first step of the valorization. That's my result of my session of today. Of course, this valorization is very much encouraged by new technologies, as we have already seen, and these new technologies helps to increase the public of the public of the underwater cultural heritage in reality, because the digital applications appeal not only to divers but also to general public. Once more, these digital projects integrate principles of modern museology, focusing on storytelling in order to boost attractiveness and educational effects. In the same framework, the approach of the local communities, I think that began mandatory more and more in order to have the best of results and to make them participate in the management of the underwater cultural heritage and the cultural heritage in general, of course. On the other hand, I have seen a lot of interesting presentations dealing with the management of underwater cultural sites and their opening to the public through diving itineraries. And this project tries to combine accessibility, sustainability, and a rich visitor experience. Once more, this is an idea introduced also by museology. And with that, I will finish for today. Thank you all for being here. And Angelos, perhaps you would like to close the event of the second.
I will close this today's, let's say, proceedings of our conference in general. And I would like to remind everyone that tomorrow we're starting at 10:30 Central European, another full day coming ahead of us. So another very interesting day with a lot of good presentations. So please stay with us for another day. Thank you very much to all and have a good evening.